Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. We are back today at the house in Fata Morgana. And this is probably going to be a pretty dark time, all things considered. When last we finished, we were told we were going to be plunged into the full depths of despair by Morgana herself. Morgana, possibly LaFay, who is going to torture us in her own fun way. We have that to look forward to. Michelle is not going to have a good time. Morgana has already stolen Giselle and started corrupting her and taking her into the shadow. So, it's going to be an interesting time for sure. Tis fun. Tis the best fun we can hope for. Plunging into the depths of despair and seeing what comes out underneath. So yeah, no, honestly, this is going to be a good one. It's going to be a powerful one. We'll probably find out more about Morgana's past. If not, then we're going to find out about Michelle's past. I'm not sure which one would be more terrifying. But either way, pain and suffering await. Apparently this is the newest save, so I'll go with this one. So sit back, relax, and let's see where this story takes us. I also saw Lamb Mama in chat this morning. Konbanwa, Lamb Mama. O genki desu ka? Thank you for joining us this morning, and I hope you enjoy the stream. Despair or despair? I think you know which one. I think you know it's the one with suffering and with a capital D. Okay. Hey, Master? Hello? Is anyone there? Master? I have no idea who this is. Wait. Am I being fucked around with? What happens if I didn't save? Uh-oh. What is this? Or is this some form of torture? Oh, good. Welcome back. What's gotten into you? I thought you had fallen asleep with your eyes open. I am not accustomed to people needing my attention. Or I suppose, talking face to face at all. This is my mansion. Giselle's right in front of me, smiling like she always did. Smiling for me. You're not hurt. Giselle? You have been alone for 10 years, but now I'm living here with you. So what do you say we do a little practice conversation? Yeah, this is fake as F. Look at the background. This isn't the mansion, like, in their time. This is the mansion in current time. So this must be Morgana messing around with him, torturing him in some way. That's fun. Oh, my poor baby boy. Practice conversation. What exactly do you think I am? Yeah. No offense intended. I just thought it'd be nice if you had more back and forth skills. So in short, you're saying I'm such a poor conversationalist I need training. Hey! Don't get so snippy. Don't look at those triple hays. Don't do it. An illusion? I feel like it. I feel like he's trapped in a false memory. Or Morgana's just doing something to torture him again, maybe killing Giselle in front of him again. That's not what I meant. I'm saying we don't talk enough, and I want to talk to you more. It's fun. No. This is an old memory. From where Giselle first returned to the mansion. We were just starting our new life together. And we were still feeling around in the dark. Oh, so this is supposed to be when she had just come back from living in the village. I don't trust this at all either, Michelle. What has Morgana got planned for us? Oh god, it's going to be so evil. What exactly would you like to talk about then? Each other, of course. I have nothing to say. Now. Let's not be rash. It can be anything. Things you like, things you don't like, Start with something small, insignificant. Does that serve any purpose? It does, yes. The more you know about someone, the closer you feel to them, and the better friends you can become. Is that how it works? Now that that's out of the way, ask me something. Ask me anything and I'll gladly answer. Oh no. Her eyes are lit up like a child's. Is she really so eager to converse with me? I don't believe it. Aww. This is when they were first properly getting to know each other, first properly getting to trust each other after he saved her. And she's just like... adorable. Adorable. She's doing her best and he's still like, no, nobody cares about me. Nobody wants to talk to me. I don't trust this. She's doing something evil. What's the matter? I'm ready for anything. Very well. I'll ask whatever comes to mind. Go for it. Don't ask something too personal now. Remember, she said small talk. What is this? Oh. They don't have me timed, do they? I've been traumatized by these. I'm gonna save real quick. House in Fata Morgana likes to troll me with these kinds of things. So let's just throw down a save right there. You haven't told me your age. I think she's like 19, right? Oh, maybe she was 19 by the end of it, so maybe like 18. My age? Take a guess. I thought she said she would tell me anything. Wait, I have to make this decision too? Are you serious? Are you 20, 25? You must be 30. Yeah, let's fuck with her. I think she's like 18, 19, but still. Her face. She's so ready to fight me. Oh, I love it. Oh, the little pursed lips, the tiny openings. She cannot believe her fucking ears. Oh my god. You're joking, right? Yes. Some jokes are in bad taste. Not nearly that old yet. Good job ruining my day. This topic is over. Okay. Choose something else. Oops. Okay, next question. That's rude, Fu-chan. Don't say that on a lady. I could say that to a freaking 18, 19-year-old girl. She hasn't experienced the world yet. If anything, I'm complimenting her in saying that it seems like she has some experience in the world, that she seems wise. But no, she baby. She baby. Do you like being here? Tell me your preferences. Tell me about your family. I actually am interested in the family. We only know about the sister and the mother, but we don't know properly about them, just that they exist, essentially. And they're nice. She likes them. Didn't she say she spent 21 years as a human? Yeah, but that's by the end of the story. That's what I mean. I think they stayed together for about 2 years, so she's about 19, 18 now. You want to know about my family? Oh, she's getting defensive and looking away. We were pretty normal, I think. Not much interesting about us. We'd been able to get citizenship in the capital, but we weren't super rich or anything. In fact, it was because we were having money troubles that I ended up here. It's not easy for 3 women to make it on their own. You didn't have a father or any brothers? No. We lost my father to a plague when I was young, she says while smiling. Oh man, she's had to hide this a lot. And since then it's been me, my mother and my older sister. But they're both bright, lovely people. Our family's motto is, a smile can make anything better. That's a good way to lie to yourself. Maybe that explains why she can still smile now, even after nearly succumbing to despair. Yeah, it also explains why she tries so hard to still be able to smile. That's pretty much the only thing she keeps as a maid. When she finally loses herself and decides she's going to dissociate and become the maid itself, she just ends up being like, I need to smile. A smile will be good. Are you proud that I still managed to smile after all of that? The smile was all that she kept, and it wasn't even her real smile. She lost that. Man. I've always kind of wanted some brothers, though. Men are more suited to physical labor, yes. Not quite what I was going for. I feel like I don't know. The kind of things you would ask a brother and a sister for help with are different. I'm not sure how to explain it, but a guy with broad shoulders and muscular arms is someone you can look up to, for instance. Someone who looks like they'd always keep you safe. Poor Michelle. He's standing here like, yes, broad shoulders and arms. Things I don't have. Oh, she's never been betrayed by family, it would seem. She can't even imagine family hurting her. She has no idea. But those closest to you, those who are supposed to care about you more than anything, can be your greatest enemies. But blood is a bond heavier than any chain. Okay, now I see where this is going. We aren't going to find out about Morgana in this chapter. We are going to find out about Michelle. We're going to do all these questions to Giselle about her, and then she's going to be like, okay, your turn. What about your family? What do you like? Oh, God. Oh, Michelle, this is going to go real bad. Master, I believe your brothers are still on your side. Yeah, but you met my father. And at least one of them is on my side, but the other one might hate me. It's been so long. I don't know if they are. I don't know what they think about me anymore. I'm sure they're still your allies. You want to believe it too, don't you? You want to believe they're not your enemies. Let's believe in them together then. Anything you want to believe, you should. It's such a better way to look at the world than the other way around. Optimism. Realism tends to be better, but yeah, optimism would be nice. Pretending to be foolish, even though father's already dead and they're not calling me back. Well, no, this isn't. Father hasn't died yet in this time. Father's still alive for another year while we're happy with each other. God damn it. She's right, though. That's one way to look at it. I prefer to look at it in the case of if you prepare for the worst, you're never disappointed. Which I guess is pessimism more than realism, but... it's realism a lot of the time, unfortunately. And that way, if something good does happen, it's like, oh, surprising. You're not a piece of shit. That's good. Cynicism? Cynicism too, I guess. I don't really know too much about the difference between cynicism and pessimism. Similar ideas. It's case per case. Yeah, it is. But yeah, that's how I look at it. Prepare for the worst, then you'll never be disappointed. Then positive things may happen and you'll be like, oh, cool. Just don't let it get to you. Don't let it depress you or make your worldview bad. Just be like, humans are humans. Life be fucked up sometimes. Let it roll off your shoulders and do your best. You have to be positive, or one day you'll crack. Always remember to have faith so that doesn't happen. I don't understand. She's honest about emotions in a way I simply cannot be. She's the exact opposite of me in that regard. And yet she can still read me. I don't get it. How could she understand me like that? It's like she can read my mind. If only I could just tell her everything. Make it all another page in our mindless chatter. Get everything weighing down on me off of my chest. Is something the matter? I know a good way he can do that. He could read her a story. She can't read properly yet, I think, at this point, so he could just sit her down in front of a book and be like, yes, let me read to you this story. Once upon a time, there was a wealthy family called the Soliniers, and they had a child named Bichelle. And there were two brothers. And then go from there. Just tell her the story about his family and then be like, isn't that tragic? What do you think about that? Oh my god. But yeah, there you go. That's a glimpse into Michelle's actual headspace. He just does not feel comfortable talking about his actual emotions. He's very much in the case of hiding them and covering them up and pretending everything's going. But nothing matters to him, even though that's it. He's more worried about the fact that he could think they are on his side and be disappointed. He'd rather just already think it doesn't matter to him. Tell other people Oh, I don't know if they actually still care about me. When deep down inside he's thinking, oh God, I hope they still care about me. I hope they still remember me. I hope my family loves me. That's his headspace. He's just doing his best to like not hurt himself in another way. Sealing up his emotions as best he can. You're cruel. What? I said, you're cruel. I'm sorry. Ignore me. Oh, because she made him think about his family. In preparation for the day you can finally go back home, you're going to have to stop being such a picky eater. Where did that come from? Think about how terrible it would be if when that day finally came, you went back sickly and weak and emaciated. You wouldn't be able to enjoy yourself. You're still all right, Master. You're doing okay. So let's try to keep you healthy. Oh, she's so cute. She just immediately tried to change subjects and was like, yo, here you go. I'll just pretend, move on to that and be like, you are going home. You're gonna be with your family again. But anyway, stop avoiding turnips. They keep sending you turnips. So eat the goddamn turnips. She's good. I like her. She's very emotionally mature. That's why I said she was 30. It wasn't to piss her off. It definitely wasn't just to piss her off. Oh, they're cute though. And yeah, someone in chat pointed out she does actually know how to read and write. You're right. I forgot about that. She was taught by his father. The not knowing how to read and write was the fantasy. Dang. But he could like just pick up a book and start reading it and not put it down on the table. He could be like, no, this time I'm reading this one. And just make it up as he went. Tell me your preferences. Do you like do you like being here has to be lost? That's got to be a like emotional one. Wow. How very forward of you. I didn't mean tell me your kinks. I didn't mean tell me where you like to be touched. I mean like, do you like, what type of food do you like? What type of music do you like? How dare you? Michelle doesn't even get it. Huh? My taste in men is the last thing I expected you to ask about, Master. Oh, and I went far further than she was going. God damn it. I don't recall specifying people. Now. Don't fret the details. Look at her face. That's the most mischievous we've ever seen her. She's just going to end up describing him to a T, isn't she? It's going to be like, oh, I like men with white hair that are mysterious. Don't share too much of their personalities. You know, kind of keep closed up. The stoic type. The strong type. Either that or she's going to do like the exact opposite direction. Oh, I prefer people with short, dark hair that are hugely broad and muscly, with hair all over their bodies, who always talk about their emotions. It's only natural to be curious, so let's make it about that. And that's the last thing I wanted to talk about. Poor Michelle, you're locked into a girl conversation now. You're now girlfriend zoned. All right then, tell me about your first crush, Master. Oh no. Is this the one who called him an abomination? And I have to start. I never had one. What? No, I'm not buying it. You were living at a home until 10 years ago, weren't you? Surely there was someone who caught your eye. There was not. Without missing a beat? Oh, fine. Then I'll go. My first crush was the son of a blacksmith. Oh, Michelle, no. He doesn't want to hear about this. He's already interested in you. Don't break him like this. You missed the part where you asked what kind of guy was he? This is such a pain. Since you asked, he was a huge, muscular fellow. I knew it. Oh, she's so mean. He was so tall, he'd always hit his head on the doorway whenever he came to our shop to trade. Oh. Nice. Beefy guys are really great, huh? They make your heart get all fluttery and tight. Are you trying to imply I don't have a chance? I mean, it was only going one of two directions. She was either going to be like teasing him with like, oh, I like guys like you. Or the opposite, where it was like, guys the opposite of you. Never anyone like Master. Master's owned. Oh, but the way she looked to the side, just the silence, she's like, oh yeah, I like muscly guys. Looks to the side. In her head, you can just basically hear, it's not like I'd like Master or anything. I mean, he's so small. He's so fragile looking. Long white hair. Yeah. Well, I think that was more admiration than love. You know, the way a group of girls will get together and fawn over a popular good-looking guy. It was like that. So you're saying the buff bastard was popular? Michelle immediately calling him a bastard. He's so jealous. Very much so. I wonder what love feels like. I never got the chance to find out before ending up like this. The faces. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to get all dark on you. Say whatever's on your mind. I don't deserve your consideration. It was my family that put you through that after all. Perhaps it is my reticence that causes her to watch her step around me. I need to come up with something to say. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city. I was 14. Oh? You asked about my first crush. Ah, I knew you had one. So tell me, what was she like? She was the daughter of a noble family. Her name was... Amy? I've never seen that in 1 second. One second. Amy. Oh yeah, it's just pronounced as Amy. Sweet. Just, yeah, Amy, but in French writing. She was the daughter of a noble family. Her name was... Amy. She was a year older than me. Ah, love between nobility. A world I can only even imagine. It never went anywhere. What? I love her face every time she says, what? You didn't try to move her? You didn't shower her in presents? Were you by chance a late bloomer, Master? She was my brother's fiancée. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that ain't good. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm surprised your brother is friendly towards you at all. If you were trying to... Oh, God. So it was a love that could never be realized. That's sad. Not really. Besides, I don't feel anything for her anymore. And what I felt then was just impulses. Aw, I feel that, Michelle. Puppy love. You just fall in love with whatever's around you, really. You convince yourself that it's love when really it's just blood flow to certain parts of the body. Chemical reactions in the brain, and you're like, ah, yes, love. I guess that makes us both inexperienced. I suppose it does. Weird love triangle? Yeah, it seems more like literally nothing came. Oh my god, her eyes are so wide now. They're both looking at each other so awkwardly right now. But yeah, I don't think Michelle ever made a move on Amy. I'm pretty sure it was one of those things where it was like they were already betrothed. He saw her, he was like, oh my god, she's so beautiful. I think I love her. And then he never did anything. Someone said Uncle Dad. No! Michelle would never. How dare. Terrible. Terrible. It's his brother. He's not that cruel. Okay. I think that's enough of that. So it is. He got so embarrassed. Okay, the final one. Do you like being here? The deep one. The eye contact, though? Yeah, she made sudden eye contact with him. Her eyes went wide, and then she had to look away, and it got real awkward. They're already falling in love with each other at this point, which is so cute. Since we heard the point when they fully fell in love, like way later in the storyline, it's just adorable to see them here too. Of course I love it here. Being with you, being able to talk to you like this. See, that I don't understand. What? Why not? I find it difficult to believe there exists any reason speaking with me would be anything but unpleasant. You're so negative. Oh, gosh. Say that, for example, instead of me, there was someone not so pessimistic here. You would rather be talking to them, wouldn't you? Oh, now he's worried about being a pessimist. See? He's adorable. He worries about everything. I really do enjoy this. Truly. I'll admit, my time down in that village was, for the most part, delightful. But oh, how should I put this? I started realizing, yeah, I'm kind of forcing myself to fit that image. And I'm trying to convince myself that's okay. But somehow when I'm here, well, there's none of that. I wonder why that is. Because you don't have to pretend around here. You don't have to pretend everything's all so happy. Like blend in with the other happy people. Michelle is a pessimist. Michelle just says things how they are and you can just be yourself around him. Oh. I certainly wouldn't know. I suppose you wouldn't. Oh, I know. Maybe I think of you as a kid now. You... God, she's really trying hard to friend zone him. Come again. I love talking to kids. Hey now, don't give me that look. What I'm trying to say is, you're very sincere, Master. You're not going to smile and then stab me in the back when I turn the other way. I can relax around you, which is nice. That's it. That's what I was trying to put into words and could not find a way to do. He is not wearing any mask. He doesn't pretend to be happy, but he also doesn't pretend to be nice. He shows his feelings very clearly, and Giselle needs that. Especially from a noble, like, oh my god. Nobles are always doing that shit. It's all about, like, looking good in front of other people and then making sure that you're still in the ruling class. That's all that matters to them. All that matters to them is their pride, the perception of them. Whereas with Michelle, he just assumes that everyone who sees him as a cursed monster, a demon, or a ghost, or a witch. And so he's just like, nobody cares about me. But because of that, I don't have to care about anyone else. I can say it like it is. Michelle is definitely not your normal noble. No. He has nothing to be gained from lying. True, yeah. He just saw her as a servant at first, and now he sees her for what she is. A very interesting and sweet girl that he actually wants to take care of. I see. Aw, you just blushed, didn't you? You're blushing, you adorable thing. It's alright. You're allowed to fall for me. Is there any window in particular you'd like to be thrown out of? No fun at all. That was so cute. Oh my god, that was adorable. Is there any window in particular you'd like to be thrown out of? I imagine he did say that like completely deadpan as well. That's so Michelle, just like, how should I kill you? What, do you want to die? Is that what you want? He's tsundere. They're both tsundere. Wow, no, she's not tsundere. She's childhood friend zone, like childhood friend adjacent. She's got that kind of energy to her where she's just like incredibly friendly and pretending it's just like, oh, we're just friends. That's why I spend all my time with him. We're just friends. That's why I like sleeping in the same bed with him. Oh my god, the way you know that my heart skipped a beat? That can't be right. We're just friends. I don't know if there's actually a word for that, but yeah, there's always like the childhood friend in those kinds of stories as well. See what I was saying, Master? With just a short conversation, I knew you'd better than I know you better than I did before. And you me. That's fine and well, but what do I do with any of that knowledge? Huh? You don't do anything with it. It's fun learning things you didn't know before. That's all there is to it. And what happens when there's nothing left to learn? That's a day I don't think will ever come. People are always changing, growing, so there is no upper limit to what you can know about them. There's always something new to discover. Maybe we'll be here for many more years, or maybe you'll be able to go home sooner than you expect. But either way, I hope we can keep getting to know each other until then. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for many years to come. Oh, hey now, what are you looking away for? What do you think? It's because you keep throwing me off balance. A few months ago, I was doing everything in my power to avoid her. Yet now that smile of hers seems so oddly enchanting. I don't understand. I will do my best so that we can make this work. Ah, I'm glad to hear it. They were so cute. God damn it. He's in love? Yeah, he is. He fell in love like almost instantly. As soon as like he actually heard her speak her mind. Her like with the fake mask on, he could never trust, he never liked. As soon as she came back to the mansion and just immediately told him, "You're a piece of shit and I hate you." Stopped like faking, dropped the mask, and then revealed like how strong she is. How she's able to stay happy even though she's had such a horrific life. How she was able to be so nice to him even though, yeah, she did kind of hate his attitude. She does hate his family, everything she's been through, and she's still able to smile, able to be happy, able to bring some light into his life. Just immediately, he was like, oh shit, I'm in love. Oh wait, this is current day Michelle. Giselle, I was too awkward back then to even compliment you on your smile, to put my feelings into words. I was too cynical to accept what you said at face value, which I know caused you plenty of grief. I'm not much better now than I was then, but I will tell you this. When I next see you, I want more than anything to let you know how much I adore your smile and how much I don't want to lose you or it ever again. But she's currently being grabbed by Morgana. Oh god. Oh, it's Morgana. You must never reclaim your old selves. Become my loyal servants. Always at my side. And curse them with me, my dears. Are we going to get a laugh? Eternal suffering on all their souls. We didn't even get a... Oh my god, why is there so much blood? Oh, we are still grabbed by Morgana. I know that much. Morgana, you baddie. Yeah, I fucked up that delivery of that line. 1 minute, I'm going to drink some water. My throat still hasn't woken up this morning. This is not the day for a sore throat. Ah. There we go. My consciousness, wavering like a ship at sea, is slowly drawn back to the surface. With each new breath, feeling gradually returns to my fingers. I can hear the pattering of rain from somewhere, and the sound of a crackling fire. You know what? I've got these. Fuck you, Michelle. You want rain? You want fire? I've got both. It takes a moment for me to realize I'm in the very same spot where I first awoke. I don't know how I got here, but I'm sitting in a rocking chair, hunched forward. But I'm going to turn those off, because they're not in the story. And this music is new. Uh-oh. We've got dark music. My head feels like someone filled it with rocks, and I'm having difficulty focusing. My joints are creaking, and I feel like I'm going to vomit. A suffocating odor hangs over the room. What is this? It's not rain. Fuck, I just realized. Shit. I can hear the pattering of rain from somewhere and the sound of a crackling fire. Splurt, splurt, splurt. That's not rain. That's blood dripping. It's just like when Giselle said... Yeah, they both said, in fact, they heard the sound of rain. But it was actually Michelle's blood dripping down on the stairs when he was being stabbed by all the different soldiers, all the different knights. What did Morgana do to him? Is he back to when he was just about to die? Oh, God. Or maybe it's Giselle's blood. Giselle. Giselle? Everything comes back to me all at once. That's right. I watched Morgana kidnap her. I watched the witch drag her into the darkness, unable to reach her hand. Where are you, Morgana? I know you're there, cackling as you look down on me. Say something, witch! I will find you, and I will take her back. What? On Earth? Yeah. There's a pool of liquid at my feet, rising just short of my ankles. It's sticky and uncomfortably warm. Every step I take makes splat, splat noises. This is... blood. The mansion has taken on a very different face from when Giselle was leading me through its halls. Blood of unknown origin not only covers the floor, but also streams down the walls and drips from the ceiling. I'm speechless as I behold the dreadful scene. Every breath I take tastes and smells of rust. It's all so unreal, beyond my comprehension. All I can do is stare aghast, feeling like I might pass out. Giselle. Fun fact. Blood smells like rust because the hemoglobin contains a lot of iron. Iron in the hemoglobin, which is used to capture oxygen. That's why blood kind of smells like pennies, the way it's described a lot. It's the hemoglobin. You seeing this? The same twisted nightmare as me? An image of her floating alone in a vast sea of blood flashes through my mind. That vision kicks me into motion. I promise, I will come for you. Please, just hang in there for a little longer. I begin walking, or more accurately, dragging my heavy feet forward. Constant splashing of blood against my ankles grates at my already taut nerves. Why'd I say taut? Morgana told me to find my way to her. I can think of only one place she would be. The tower? She and Giselle must be there. Oh. Yeah, okay, that makes sense too. Archangel Michelle. The stained glass window is splattered with blood too. It creates trails like streams of tears running down the Archangel's face. I give the window a brief glance before making my way to the door leading to the observation tower. However, why won't it open? There shouldn't be a lock. So, why? Lustrous black chains seal the metal door. I can recall no such obstruction present during either my life or my time hereafter. What on earth is going on in this house? No, that's not important right now. What matters is making it through this door. Damn it! I pull and I push, but the chains won't give an inch. They feel sturdy enough that I probably couldn't cut through them either. There has to be some way. Oh, it's time to revisit the painting man, which may or may not be your brother. And now you have memories, so you may remember them as your brother. What matters is who has been bleeding. I'm not sure if this is like a representation of this being like Morgana herself, because I mean, this is Morgana. Like, Morgana is the house. That's why she has no form. Her curse has taken on the form of creating this house and bringing people to it to kill it. So this could just be the internals of Morgana. Or it could be that the blood that's dripping from everywhere is the generations of reincarnated people she's been killing. Everybody who has ever come to the house and died. Their blood is just like constantly here because this is the true form of the house. It's outside of time, so it's just coalescing all of the blood. At this point, I feel like Michelle would prefer less. Yeah. Yeah. Is it okay to turn the music up, Fuchan? Is it too quiet? Damn, that's the first time I've ever heard anybody say that. I normally have it too loud for most people. There you go. There has to be some way. I consider giving up here and scouring the rest of the house, but I'm convinced the tower is my best chance. The fact that it's sealed now when it hadn't been before feels like a challenge more than a deterrent. Okay, everybody else was saying it's fine. I turned it back down a little bit. There we go. I split the difference. Now it's a bit loud. Okay, I'll put it back down to where it was. Most people were fine with it. God damn it. I trace the length of chain with my hand, and at the end of it I find a peculiar looking lock into which the ends of several chains have been fed. There are 3 keyholes. Morgana fashioned a custom lock just for this. I need to find 3 keys to open the door then. But I have no idea where to begin my search. I lived here for more than 10 years, and yet it feels like I've stepped into a strange land. No, it's not the same house. Searching blindly is only going to waste time, and the longer I take, the more danger she's in. I met someone before who had a key. It was before I had reclaimed myself, when I was exploring the mansion alone. Think, Michelle, who was it? I'm going to abuse my save slots again because I never trust this game anymore. It may be about to give me a QTE. It was the painting, buddy. The painting. Come on, Michelle. There you go. The painting. Oh, I like how it has different blood splatters for every area. Like everything else in the house, the painting is covered in blood. That it depicts a serene rural landscape only makes the contrast that much grimmer. I remember talking to this painting, assuming I wasn't hallucinating. I have a question for you. Are you awake? Please, wake up. There he is. Can you hear my voice? Please, say something. You reside here in the house like the witch, don't you? You've been here with her all this time, haven't you? Then you must know how to get into the observation tower. About the 3 keys that I need to open the lock. I need to get into the tower. Please, tell me where I can find the keys. Say something, damn it! Answer my question! Is someone there? What's the matter? I feel kind of strange. Did the witch do something to me? Please, get a hold of yourself. Everything's red. I can't stand it. I don't remember using that color. I reach my hand up to try to wipe as much of the blood off the canvas as possible, but I can't even smear it with my sleeve, let alone get it off. You're wasting your time.
But it's the thought that counts. And in any way, you had a question for me. Go on. I'm listening.
I guess the painting isn't on the witch's side, then. The door to the observation tower has been locked. I need to gather 3 keys. I think. Well, that's my assumption since the lock has 3 keyholes. Do you know of any such keys? So she knew that he gave Michelle one of the keys, which unlocked his memories about who he was. So Morgana fucked with him. Poured blood over him and kind of erased his own. I'm guessing this has destroyed his own sense of self as well. Like pouring blood over the painting, since he was just a painting, has corrupted his very self. God damn. And if so, could you tell me where they might be?
Keys. Keys.
Please, stay with me. You're the only one I can ask for help.
Keys. I am guessing this is probably in some way, comparably, in some way connected to her past.
The past?
You know, the events, the witch is always cursing about. What happened between her and those the 3 men?
What happened between them?
The keys are probably with the 3 of them. The 3 shadows. You must have seen them.
3 men. Shadows. We did see them. It was Mel, Jacopo, and Bestia. Those were the 3 shadows we saw. So shit, are those 3 different men from her original life too? I would have thought they were all the same person. But they're 3 different souls she's been torturing them. Huh. Yeah, we saw them as shadows. There was one playing pool, that was Jacopo. There was one in the rose garden, that was Mel. And Bestia's down in the underground, in the basement. I forget what they call it. The wine cellar, yes.
Find them. And you'll probably find the keys too. But watch yourself. They aren't likely to trust you easily. The depth of their sins grows greater the farther you go. Visit them in order. The first one probably won't be a problem. So tell me something. You're Michelle, aren't you?
What?
I've wanted to apologize to you for so long.
Brother. Oh, brother's gone. It is brother. No. He wanted to apologize. Oni-chan. For what? Did you send the soldiers? I swear to God, if you sent the soldiers, fuck you. Oh, but man, that definitely is his brother. He wanted to apologize for so long. I wonder if that means... Oh. I don't think he did send the soldiers. Either someone else from his family sent the soldiers, or it was the people from the township. But either way, I feel like his brother must have been the first one who came to the house then. He must have been the first one who heard, or maybe just heard that, like, was worried that Michelle never showed up. He had invited Michelle to come back home, realized he never showed up, and came to the house and may have been the first victim of Morgana after that. The first victim of Michelle's curse, even. Or Giselle's curse. The first victim of Giselle's curse. He has 2 brothers? Yeah, I'm just not sure which one this is. That's why I'm saying, like, one of the brothers, I think this is a brother who actually cared about him and wouldn't have wanted to see him dead. The painter. He said his one of his brothers was, like, a really good painter. I forget the brothers' names completely. But one of them was, like, an actual painter. So that's why I started to think the painting was one of the brothers. Maybe this is the brother who actually cared about him, and I'm not sure if it was his mother or his other brother that ended up, like, sending soldiers, or if it was the people, like, of the town. But I think this brother came to look for him, came to apologize for not bringing him home sooner, or was in fact the one who sent the soldiers and came to just, like, try and find him. I don't know. Georges? Yeah, okay. Didier and Georges. So one of them, I forget which one was the artist. But yeah, poor Michel, man. Does he not recognize? He wouldn't recognize his brother's voice. He only knew his brother when he was, like, a young man. This would have been, yeah, more than 10 years later. He never saw him after that, after he was sent away. Shit. Wait. What do you mean? Do you know me? Did you? What do you want to apologize for? Tell me, please. Could you be? But why? How? When everything else is finished, I'm going to need to finish this painting again. But now, I have other things to do. The painting gave me a hint about where I could find the keys. I don't know anything about this past Morgana has with the 3 men. I never asked her about herself after all. So maybe I'm going to end up having to do more than simply take Giselle back. Has our involvement with the witch caused us to be swept up into her twisted maelstrom of fate? Regardless, I need to get to work. The painting said to visit them in order. I assume he was referring to the order in which I entered the 3 doors. Come on, you didn't have to break it down that easily. I knew we were going to have to see Mel first. Oh, they still make me do the guess. Oh, God. Good thing I remember where they were. It's been a long time since we saw those ghosts, but yeah, I'm glad I remember these things. The real mystery begins. Yeah, it's time to find out about Morgana, about these souls' past lives. So the den is Jacopo, the cellar is Bestia, Mel's the Rose Garden. It's very funny to me that they put it at the bottom. They really wanted me to click the wrong one. Oh, that's mean. That's mean. It'd be funny if he was wrong, though. It would be funny if I had to visit them the opposite way, actually. And Michelle just threw me off. I make my way to the Rose Garden. The corridor leading there is a mess, and the wooden door is rotting away. I could smell the flowers on the other side. Everything is different from when I was alive, from when Giselle planted and raised that single rose. Not gonna lie, other than the blood spattered everywhere, it looks way better though. Like the blue effect on everything, there's a lot more windows. Like Morgana had this house in order. Trust issues the game? Damn straight. A scene from the past spreads out before me. The field of once proudly flourishing roses is now withered and grey. Knowing how beautiful it had once been only makes it that much more dispiriting. A bitter breeze brushes past me. Solitude hangs over the garden like a thick fog, eating away at me. I'm gonna guess this is Mel. What kind of voice did I give him? I think I gave him like a heroic kind of voice. I gave him like the protagonist kind of voice. He is older now. I don't know. This isn't what I wanted. Oh no, he's only like 17 here still. Someone, get me out of here. Oh, God. Tell me. It's not all my fault. A young man's shadow stands off to the side, muttering listlessly to himself. I recognize his voice. Wait. Do you have the key? The boy and I have never met, but I feel like I know him quite well, like we've been acquainted for many years.
I know how polite and mild-mannered he is. I know how kind, how vulnerable, how human his heart is. However, very little of that boy seems to remain. This isn't what I wanted. Oh God. Please, answer me. Someone get me out of here. Tell me, it's not all my fault. Answer me, Melrose. I know that's you. Huh? As soon as I say the Shadow's name, it turns to face me. I still can't make out much detail, but he seems slightly less tenuous now. Who are you? How do you know my name? My name is Michelle. I once lived here in this mansion. Michelle? Oh shit, yeah. He's immediately connected him to the white-haired girl. Is this where we're going to find out that we were the white-haired girl in all these stories? I know that name. I know it very well. But something's not right. You look different from the Michelle I remember. I'm not the Michelle you know. Our names simply sound the same. Oh, that makes sense. She would never come see me. I have a question for you. Do you have the key to the observation tower? I do. Would you please give it to me? I need to get into the tower. And what? Oh. And what do you need there? There's someone there I need to find. That's all. It may not sound like much to you, but it means a great deal to me. You're not one of her prisoners, then? No. I came here of my own will. To find this person? Exactly. Then maybe you can help me. Help you how? Set me free. Convince her to release me from this place. I'm begging you. The anguish emanating from the boy's shadow is so thick it causes me to recoil. There's a thread of dark desperation in his voice. Has he been imprisoned here for hundreds of years like Giselle? Promise me, you'll get me out of here. Am I even equipped to judge whether that would be a good decision or not? All I know of him is his time in the mansion during the Era of Roses. I know nothing else of his life. This might have to be a quick decision. 1 second. There we go, just in case. I don't even know if I would be capable of keeping such a promise. Do I have the strength to save anyone other than her? Do you absolutely need the key? You won't agree to help me without it, will you? What? I dropped it. Over there. Huh? The boy is pointing to a thick bramble of roses. Despite the flowers themselves being wilted, the thorns are still sharp. It was an accident, I swear. But I didn't want to scratch up my arm, so I left it there. It's not my fault there are so many thorns. I love this reaction. I really want to hit this boy. Why couldn't you have just said so? Because I thought, if I didn't have the key, that you wouldn't help me. There is only so much I can do, regardless of whether you have the key. I cannot promise you anything, nor can I be the judge of you. I see. I do not have enough information to make such a decision. Cheap promises and superficial kindness will only serve to destroy the both of us. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to retrieve the key. Oh, you'll never get it out of those thorns. I don't care if it's at the bottom of the ocean. I will have that key. You're wasting your time. I approach the bramble, reaching out for it with my right hand. From behind me, I can sense the boy watching. First, I attempt to spread the tangled thorn-ridden stems so I can put my arm in without injuring myself. They seem to be made of iron rather than plant. My efforts prove mostly fruitless. The only opening is barely large enough to fit an arm in, and resembles the toothy mouth of a beast. Looking around the garden, I can't find anything that looks remotely useful. I guess my only option is reaching in. That's not going to stop me. I lean down, inserting my right arm into the thorny cavern. Immediately, they begin ripping at my sleeve and gashing at my flesh. Blood spills down my arm. I'm long since dead, no longer human. But the pain is still agonizing, still very much real. Giselle, she doesn't bleed. She doesn't feel pain. Am I not the same as her then? That doesn't matter right now. Focus on getting the damned key. Streams of crimson spread through the steel-like tangle, gnawing at my arm like a ravenous animal. Where the hell is the key? The thorny stems are twisted and layered so thick, I can't see inside at all. As I dig around blindly, I start losing feeling in my arm. It's an endless deluge of pain. Hey, cut it out. You're going to lose your arm. I will not stop until I have the key. Don't ask me for help. Fuck you, Mel. You fucking dropped the key in here and you're being such a bitch about this? I'm trying to save someone I love. If you actually cared about the white-haired girl, rather than cared about just being cursed here, you'd fucking do something. Meanwhile, you dropped... Oh, I fucking hate Mel. Fuck Mel. Nah, I'm not trying to help Mel at all. He could stay here with Morgana for all of it. No, that's bad. That's bad. He's long since paid his dues. Fuck Mel, though. I wasn't even considering it. I collect what remains of my gradually fading sensation and focus it into my fingers, praying even one of them will brush against the key. Ah! Damn it! But as much as I search, as much as I dig, I find nothing so much as resembling a key. Which means it must be deeper than I can reach my arm. Even so, I cannot give up. Hey. You better not have the fucking key. This better not have been a fucking test. Please, be quiet. Right now, I need to focus. I'm about to kill a bitch. I'm about to kill a bitch. I'm just gonna... I'm sorry. I do have the key, actually. You what? I'm so sorry. It didn't look like you were willing to help even if I gave it to you. So, plus she told me not to give it to anyone, for any reason. Hold still so I can beat you. I didn't mean you any ill will. You most certainly did. I'll give you the key, so please, have mercy. Trembling in fear, the boy's shadow stuck out a hand, holding a key. The arm I used to dig through the thorns is so bloody and gashed I can barely look at it, but it does still function. So I take the key from him with my right hand. Ooh, the shadow key. Badass. Why couldn't you use your other hand? That's gross. Fuck you, Mel. That's the blood you drew out of my body by making me fish around through fucking thorns. Yeah, fuck you. That's the idea. You're kind of a jerk, you know. That's a laugh coming from you. How many fucking lives did you ruin, Mel? Do you have any idea how much that hurt? I know. I'm sorry, really. But hey, you're alive. This is no big deal, right? But wait, can you actually say either of us are alive? I don't even know anymore. I do appreciate you giving me the key, though, seeing as it seemed to be rather important to you, too. Hey, is this person you want to get back really worth going through all of this for? She is. She's the one person who ever loved me, and she's waiting for me. I see. You know, I had someone that meant a lot to me, too. My sister. I was going to say, you had a sister and a half-sister. Are you really caring more about Nelly than... Oh, God. Which one? Which? The one with flaxen hair like me. You bastard. Do you not remember how much you ruined the white-haired girl's life? I mean, you ruined Nelly's too, but I mean, she was kind of fucked up on her own. Wow. If you happen to see her, do something nice for her, please. That, I would say, is your responsibility. Yeah, you're right. But I'll keep it in mind. Thanks. In the tale I witnessed, the boy pushed his sister away, for an understandable reason, admittedly. But now he seems to bear no grudge for her. Did something else happen between them? Even if it did, I don't have time to ask about it. I'll be on my way. Alright. Take care. There are 2 more keys. Watch out, though. They're not the most friendly people. They'll probably be even more enraged locked up like this. I appreciate the warning. If only someone like you had shown up sooner and taken the keys from us. Goodbye. After bidding me farewell, the boy's phantom dissipates into the shadows of the rose garden. I wonder if he's gone back to mindlessly muttering his regrets. I should get going. Anything is better than you? You clearly don't realize, yeah. The next room we're going to is Bestia's room. We're going to the cellar. The man who only likes to kill people and eat their flesh, and sadistically tortured Giselle into cooking people for him. There are worse people. There are way worse people that we're about to deal with. I'm surprised we have to do Bestia before Jacopo. Bestia's gonna be scary. But also, yeah, I mean, Michelle should know. Like, the biggest change that happened to Mel, we heard for sure that Nelly ended up dying of illness, like, just a little while after. And it sounds like Mel actually found God after that and became a proper priest. So it would be no surprise he feels responsible for his sister's death. I mean, they said it was an illness that took her, but for all we know, she took her own life. It really felt like she'd taken her own life at the end of that scene in the bedroom. And he probably blames himself for that. God, the fact that he didn't even care about the white-haired girl, though. He was looking for his sister rather than the white-haired girl. God damn. Okay, to Bestia, aka Yukimasa. Hey, buddy. I'm not a Bestia. I'm a friend. Let's be friends, okay? She died 2 years later. Ah, I forgot that part. So she didn't take her own life. I do think she went crazy, though, because then she started remembering everything from their childhood rather than reality. Did she get a disease, or did she end up just, like, going insane and wasting away within 2 years? I descend the stairs, opening the cellar door. The first time I visited this room, the smell of blood from within was nearly suffocating. Now the entire house reeks of it, and I've started to go numb to the odor. There's no one here. Am I in the wrong place? I begin exploring the cellar, hoping to maybe find the key hidden away or abandoned somewhere. As I reach my hand out to investigate one area. There we go. He was waiting to attack you.
That's how he goes.
A shadow leaps out of the thick darkness. It's so swift, I have no time to react. My body freezes in place. A shadow stands before me, holding the tip of a blade mere inches from my face. A key. You have a key. I do, yes. Cold sweat trickles down my back. My voice is shaking, and there's no hiding it. The shade appears to be glaring at me, though I cannot make out its face. After a few seconds, it withdraws its blade. Let me see it. The boy's key. Did he give it to you? In the rose garden. Yes. Are you two acquaintances? How could that be, though? You were from a completely different era and country. Oh. Who are you? No. Never mind. Who are you is irrelevant to me. Are you human now? If you are speaking of my nature, then no is the only answer I can give you. You didn't kill me, though. If you wanted to, you could easily skewer me where I stand. If that's what you want, I'd be happy to oblige. What did you come here for? For your key. I came to ask if you would give it to me. You mean to open that door? I need to get into the tower, yes. I see. Take it.
Holy shit. That was easier than I expected. Hold the fuck on. How was that easier than with Mel? What?
The man's shadow tosses the key at my feet. I'm not quite sure what to think. I didn't expect him to give up so readily. What? Take it. I won't stab you in the back while you're bending over. I thought you were supposed to hold on to this at all costs. I no longer have any reason to guard that key. In the past, I might have severed your head from your shoulders the moment you mentioned it, though. What point in the past? That's a question I wish I knew the answer to. Hey, do you know why I'm here? Where this place is? When it is? Why can't I get out of here? What's happened to me? Tell me. I have no idea what's going on. Not a single goddamned idea. Neither do I. Get out. Take the key and get out of here. Get out! I can't bring myself to say anything to the enraged shadow, so I follow his command, picking up the key and departing the cellar.
Well, we caught him at a human moment. that was okay. He was Bestia for like half a second, and then he seemed to return to Yukimasa. And while he was Yukimasa, he doesn't remember his time as Bestia. So as Yukimasa, he's just like, I should have actually done, oh fuck, that should have been the Irish voice then. He should have been talking like this and been like, why am I here? Do you know why I'm here? Where am I? When am I? Get out. Like, he just doesn't understand. Bestia is the one who actually ran into Morgana and like the house. But he's back to being his old self. He's back to being Yukimasa. That's crazy. It really was a split personality amnesia thing, and he's gone back into that. God damn. That's a good moment. That's a good dark moment. Yukimasa ended up there and doesn't even remember the fucking mansion. God damn. I thought I was dead for a second. This makes two, though. What could have happened between these people? The painting mentioned a past with them, and Morgana spoke of the wicked men she cursed. Does that mean
I did something awful enough to earn Morgana's spite. Right now, though, I must push onward. If I'm not mistaken, the final key should be in that room. The room with the billiards table? What is billiards anyway? I should get moving.
But Japanese? Oh yeah, it was, technically his accent should have been Dutch. Like, he was born and raised Dutch, but yeah, his blood was Japanese. That was his whole story. So his accent would have actually been Dutch. But when we just heard he came from an island, I was like, I'm just going to give him an Irish accent. Our Yuki Masa is Irish. We didn't know him as Yuki Masa at first. We knew him as the trader, the merchant. So we stuck with what we stuck with. Michelle Boomer. No. Well, I mean, technically, yeah. He existed like hundreds of years before billiards existed. I was going to say, not Boomer. If anything, he's a fantasy boy. Anyway. No, he's Irish. No. Dutch accent, Japanese blood. Very important to his entire story and personality. But yeah, our Yukimasa ended up with an Irish accent. I wouldn't have been able to do a Dutch accent anyway. Once I have this key, I can get into the observation tower. I'm almost certain Morgana is waiting for me there, with Giselle. So I gather up my resolve and hurry to the last room, not wanting to take even a second longer than necessary getting her back. Ooh. Why do I feel like Jacopo's gonna be a dick? Like, Jacopo was always a bit of a douche, but I feel like in death, he's gonna be a dick. He's gonna feel like he doesn't deserve any of this.
I can hardly believe my eyes when I step into the den. In the middle of the room is a large rectangular table. Several balls roll across its surface, and perched on one corner, looking down at the floor, is her. Wait. Giselle? Giselle! The question of why she's here never crosses my mind. All I feel is elation to see her once more. There's no room for anything else in my head. I run over to her, put my hand on her shoulder. Thank goodness you're all right. And turn her towards me. Oh. Giselle? Giselle! I shake her, causing her head to droop lifelessly. There's not a trace of light in her unmoving eyes. Why? Giselle? Why? Say something, Giselle. Say anything. Please. This can't be. You can't be. You can't be. My mind goes blank. I can't catch my breath. The world is hazy. Why? Why is Giselle? Why did I have to find her like this? I swore I would do anything. I swore I would never lose you again. No. This can't be. A thought crosses my dazed, despair-wrought mind. Probably nothing more than vain hope, but... Not a drop of blood spilled from my breast. That's right. She doesn't bleed. So this can't be her. This isn't her. Or maybe Morgana has the power to alter Giselle's very nature. Kill her with the flick of a wrist. No, I don't even want to think about it. There's no hope to be found down that path. All I can do is pray. Beg for her to still be alive. Or if alive isn't the right word, herself. My prayers bring me back to reality, which is when I realize... There's something hard pressed against the back of my head. I hear a harsh metallic clink. What? A piercing bang rips through the air as I drop to the hard floor. My ears are ringing painfully. Through the cloud of smoke and confusion, I see a man's silhouette.
Fucking Jacopo just shot us in the back of the head. You piece of shit. What the fuck? How am I alive? Oh, ghost guns. Ghost guns don't do so good. Wise guy, eh? See what I'm telling you? Okay. Missed. Oh god, he did try to shoot us.
It takes several moments for me to recognize the object in his hand as a gun. Not only because it's draped in shadow, but because I've never seen one with my own eyes. Had I not witnessed what they were capable of through the stories, I would not have understood how terrifying they were.
Not a problem, though. I'll finish you with the next one. Now, you hold still, boy. Start running around like a rat and I can't guarantee you a painless death.
What? Hold on a second. What are you trying to kill me for?
Because you make too much goddamn noise. That's why.
Don't tell me. You're the one who...
What?
I turn my gaze toward the large table. Giselle isn't there. It must have been an illusion after all. The realization sends a wave of relief through me. I still have a gun in my face, though.
Curious man you are. Does the table warrant your attention more than me?
I have a request. Could you give me the key in your possession? That's all I need, and then I'll leave and stop making a racket.
I'm not sure you understand your predicament, boy. Because if you think you're in any position to be asking favors, you're dumber than you look.
Oh god.
First off, I don't even know what that key you're talking about.
I don't believe that. The other two had keys.
You telling me they gave you their keys?
It sounds like they really do know each other. See for yourself. I believe you should recognize these.
Are you collecting them? To enter the tower? Are you going to see Morgana?
There seems to be a hint of tension in the man's voice. Though I can't see his face, I can sense the waves forming within him. I brace myself for either rejection or hot lead. But the apparition gives me neither.
Take me with you.
What?
You have the other two keys, don't you? Then you can open the door. Bring me to the witch.
Wait. Slow down. What are you planning to do when you see her?
What do you think? She has to. She has to.
He's gone. She has to... What? What was he trying to say?
Well, he gave me the key. We're just gonna take that blessing, I guess. She has to what? Set him free? She has to die? Was he planning on using his little gun against Morgana? Yeah. Why did he just disappear? That felt so wrong. He wanted me to take him with me, but he just disappeared and the key was there. That's weird.
On the floor where the shade stood is a new key. Curious though I am about his last words. This makes 3. I have all the keys now.
That was a new laugh. She's never hit us with that one before. Is she fucking with me? Does she want me? Oh, I am going to see Morgana's past, aren't I? She wants me to open the door. That's me falling into true darkness. She's showing me that she's still got their spirits trapped in this place. And now she's going to show me the original timeline and why they deserve to be here. Fair enough.
Are you trying to rile me up, Morgana?
You enjoying yourself up there?
showing me these phantoms and watching me squirm. Just you wait. I'm on my way. I give the room a brief once-over before making my way back to the chapel. I was going to say why the chapel, but I forget that the room next to it is the one we need to go to. Okay. The keys fit perfectly in the openings on the lock. When I insert the last one, it clicks open. The chain sealing the door falling to the floor. They're waiting beyond this door, at the top of the stairs. I start pondering what I can even do in a face-off against Morgana, which sends a nervous shudder down my spine. I'm not going to back down regardless, but she is a witch, and I'm a mere human. Formerly human. I'm not a master swordsman, nor do I wield a gun. I have nothing at all with which to fight her. I still have to confront the witch, though, no matter what. As laughably reckless and as foolish as I may be, I have no other option. I place my hand on the door, preparing to climb the tower where I once spent my last breath. Giselle locked safely away in the chamber at the top. The tower where I first met the witch. No hesitation. You're not going to make it into the tower, huh? Oh, he actually did. I really thought this was going to end up in her memories. Oh, it's the sound of the rain again. Or the blood. The sound of blood streaming down the stairs echoes off the stone walls. Although I have begun growing numb to the house's otherworldly ornamentation, the sight of a seemingly endless river of blood flowing down the spiral staircase sends a chill through me. Every step I climb makes a splat noise. When I reach a window, I look out to see a churning reddish-black fog. Oh, this is her. Now this brings me back. You climbing these stairs alone, just like old times. Morgana. I waited so long for someone like you to show up. 1 second, we need a thing. We need a thing. Just 1 minute, we'll be back. And it's raining blood. Yeah, in fact, let me put that ambiance back on. It's raining blood. Fun times. But I need to grab a thing that's going to be perfect for this. I forgot to add this to my OBS before. So we'll just consider this a BRB moment. Blood rain indeed. Good Danganronpa blood? No, even better. I'd have to go to this. Ignore this. Ignore this. Come on, there we go. Oh god, it's so big. Phrasing. How big is it supposed to be? Shit. This? I think that's a bit. We'll do our best. That'll do. Whatever. We should probably get rid of the tail. It's fine. That'll do. There we go. Morgana's attached to me now. This was drawn by Nekare, who I will add to the description later. Oh, crap. It kind of... 1 minute. Yeah, having that bit to the side is kind of weird. I'll have to get rid of that, unfortunately. Damn. Doesn't quite fit with this box. There we go. That's enough for now. The tail, I know. Nekore Taskaru. Yeah, Nekore did such a good job on this. Morgana's attached to us. Isn't that fun? Okay, back to the story. Sorry for the distraction. I waited so long for someone like you to show up. Someone with enough despair to resurrect me. Give her back. But now, I don't see it in you. I don't feel one bit of that intense hopelessness anymore. Give her back. And here I thought we were cut of the same cloth. Morgana! Yes, I'll give her back. If you can make it to me without losing yourself. I will not give up. It doesn't matter what you do. Looking up, I can't see how far the stairs extend. It's just a gaping blackness, so I have no way of knowing for sure whether I'm getting any closer. Around and around. Around and around and around. Fuck, I don't have a button to turn this off either. She's just staying there from now on. Beneath me, the blood river traces the same path in reverse. I start to wonder if the staircase even does end. If I'm not just eternally retracing my old steps. But I continue climbing regardless. It's all I can do. Put one foot in front of the other and hope I can make it to the top. Morgana, what is this place? What did you do to it? What is it? Why, it's the mansion you lived in for a decade, of course. You look at this and tell me that it's the same house. What's with the blood everywhere? And the three shadows? Now, my dear. No need to raise your voice. And you're being impolite. One question at a time. Answer me! What is this place? That's immaterial. Even if I were to give you an answer you found satisfying, what would that knowledge do for you? Your objective is to reach the top of these stairs and rescue Giselle. Nothing more, nothing less. Isn't that right? Or by chance, have you taken an interest in me, despite never once asking me about myself before? My gut tells me that without knowing what this place is, without even the briefest glimpse of its nature, I won't be able to safely get her back. Without knowing what I'm up against, I don't stand a chance. Please, tell me about this mansion, Morgana. About yourself. What are you, Morgana? A witch. No, that's not what I'm asking. Why do you have the powers you do? What are you? Yes, I get it. Humans feel the need to attach names to things and phenomena they don't understand. I understand that feeling very well. Which is why I'm sure you'll be rather disappointed when I reveal the truth. What do you mean? What I mean is, I'm an ordinary human. That's not possible. You expect me to believe that a human created this illusion? And are you saying I'm a magician or wizard like you might see in a fairy tale? I would believe that, over you being human. Think back then, would you? Recall our time together. Did I ever once use magic? Did I control fire or wind? Did I create illusions? No, I did none of that, because I could not. To you, when you were alive, I suppose you could say, I was naught but a simple ghost. A rather mischievous, but otherwise powerless spirit, and I was nothing more to those three men either. The witch Morgana was never anything but a wretched phantom haunting this old house.
But then, how do you explain this?
We shall, my dear. We're not the same beings we once were. We're different than we were in the realm of light, the era of the living. You've figured that much out, though, haven't you? That you're already dead?
Yes. I know. I knew I couldn't possibly be alive.
Yet still you view this world through the lens of the living. You make no effort to see it as the land of the dead. Tell me, why would you think that the realm of the living and dead are the same?
Well, the worlds behind each door were so vibrant. The mansion itself never had any color. They were the memories of the past, of the land of the living, of times forever lost to us.
Our lives have already come to an end, my dear. Every last soul within these walls is dead. This is the world that lies beyond the end. It is my world. This is the afterlife. Why get caught up in the minutiae? Why get caught up in the minutiae? None of us has a future, so what reason is there for you to desperately obsess over taking Giselle back? Just like you, she's long since dead. She's a walking corpse.
It's nothing I didn't already know, but hearing her say that was like a kick to the gut. Dead or alive, she still lives on within this house, and my spirit found its way back too. Why then should I not wish for her to have a future, no matter what form it may take? No matter if my choices erase her from this world entirely, I can see what lies beyond the door at her heart, what happened in all those hundreds of years. I would never let her remain here with you, trapped in this world bereft of light, drifting aimlessly for all eternity.
So determined you feel the need to raise your voice. But you're not going to budge on that point, I see.
I ask you this again, Morgana. Please, tell me about yourself. How did you become a witch? How did you end up attached to this house? I want to hear your story.
You honestly want to know about me?
I do now. Yes.
But not for me. For her, right? Don't be shy now. It's the truth, isn't it? Besides, if you did say it was for me, not her, I might die of laughter. As you wish. You've seen many tales of people's lives since arriving here, and now you shall see mine. Although I ask you this, will you writhe in despair with me? Will you endure maddening agony for me? Will you know pain enough to make you howl? Will you face despair again and again and again?
As I said before, if that is what you want from me... If that is what you want from me...
Let me tell you something though, my dear. It will not be as easy to watch as you imagine. Now that you've reclaimed yourself, you will be able to feel all my pain as if it were your own, to resonate with it.
Resonate with it?
You no longer have your little guardian with you either.
My guardian? She was always protecting me?
You'll have a wonderful time, I'm sure. It's a tale that could have only taken place in that era of miracles and spirituality. Wondrous and weird, senseless and stupid, hopelessly tragic. Will you watch it with me?
As soon as the final word leaves her mouth, I'm engulfed in darkness, not even given a moment to brace myself. The tower's stairs crumble beneath me. My feet have nowhere to go. As I'm being battered by the roaring blood river, my consciousness melds with another.
So we're going to be inside Morgana's body, experiencing this pain with her. This is going to be fun. It's Morgana time? Yeah, it is. I'm going to blow my nose real quick. A time of miracles and spirituality. I love that Morgana was just like, yo, I'm no witch. I'm just a normal girl. This is just the land of the dead. I like this idea. I like the idea that it's just the afterlife. And she's just got so much powerful malevolence, so much powerful regret that she managed to draw people into her afterlife to punish them in her very own form of hell. But it kind of sucks that she drew fucking Giselle and yeah, but then she also managed to create, like, bring people to her in the real, like, living world. So even if she's not a witch, she's able to affect the living world. That's crazy. Oh, man. It's almost like limbo. Yeah, they just haven't passed on yet. But at the same time, she was able to fuck around with the land of the living alongside Giselle, so I don't know, man. She's got that much hate. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting time. She was a ghost in the mansion first. Yeah, that's what she literally said. She was just a very troublesome ghost, a very weak one to that point, back when it was just Giselle and Michelle. That's why I genuinely do think, like, all the blood, the, like, ritual that was created at the top of the mansion, like, I guess she got her energy from, like, capturing other people's souls in there. First, possibly Giselle and Michelle, and then also Michelle's brother. When he came, he's gotten trapped in the mansion as a painting, and then all the people she eventually brought there to, like, curse and kill, she's been taking their energy. Possibly. We'll find out. I carry within me the child of God. That is where it all began. The words of one foolish woman determined the course of my entire life. Before I was even born, my fate was decided. Oh, you should come back out. Where did I put your button? There. Did her claim come from faith? Was it her way of escaping reality? Did she do it for money or fame? I don't know. I have been visited by the angel of the Lord. The village where she lived had suffered from years of poor harvest. It had been months since the last rain, and all the villagers prayed desperately to be blessed with succor. I am with child, though I have known no man. So proclaimed the pregnant woman in the midst of the drought. And on the day of my birth, the very moment I let out my first cry, a heavy rain fell down upon the village. The storm quenched the parched earth, nourishing the crops and saving the village. The villagers were astounded, for they had thought the drought would never end. As plump drops of rain poured down upon the village, they gathered around newborn me in exultation. Oh, she is the child of God. Perhaps there would be no more wonder in claiming I had magical powers. Perhaps it would make a better story if I were to say there were higher forces involved. But all these years later, here's what I truly think. It was nothing more than a fluke, an improbable stroke of luck, an unbelievably fortunate accident for my mother in the village, and an indescribably unfortunate accident for myself. I am with child, though I have known no man. As if that's even possible. Maybe she'd fooled around with a man who had gone and abandoned her, and she spouted those lies to convince herself it had never happened. None of the village men made any claim to be my father. Perhaps he was someone else's husband, and as such he couldn't reveal himself, as adultery is a sin in the eyes of God. The girl they were praising as the child of God was indeed not more than an ordinary daughter of a wretched woman. At the time, though, I thought differently. I believed my mother's words, convinced I was a saint, and it gave me a sense of duty, of purpose, rather than superiority. As the daughter of God, I believed it was my responsibility to help anyone in need. So every day I prayed. I asked my father what I could do, what I was meant to do. Not everyone is equally good, however. There will always be someone who lends their ear to the devil's whispers. One man claimed I was the daughter of a charlatan. He shouted for all to hear. If you really are the child of God, then perform a miracle for us. Would he have been any more unreasonable? Miracles are neither magic nor parlor tricks. They're realized through the power of faith. A lowly villager has no place demanding God prove his own divinity. It is the height of arrogance. But the man refused to heed my words. So having no other choice, I contemplated what I could do to show him I was indeed a saint. And blood was the spark of my inspiration. Michelle, the time when I lived and the time when you lived were not so different. Our views and beliefs about the world are very much the same. So you should understand that in our time, blood was seen as unclean. It was a dreadful thing, ridden with disease, which is why we drained the blood from animals and purified the flesh before consuming it. But being a saint, my blood would have been different. Like the blood of the saints who came before me, mine would be blessed. I believe it would be able to cleanse people's impurities. For my demonstration, I chose an elderly woman afflicted with a terrible disease. She was on her deathbed and no one thought she would live for longer than another day or two. The woman was overjoyed when I came to visit her. Sincerely believing me to be a holy servant of the Lord, she gathered all the strength she could muster to climb from her bed and kiss my feet. I felt an intensely deep love for this woman. Placing my hand upon her cheeks, I said with all the kindness in my heart, "My beloved sister, partake of my blood." The woman agreed without a glimpse of hesitation.
This is all kinds of fucked up. Like, oh my god, Morgana. She genuinely believed she was a child of God just because her mother had proclaimed that when she was born. And just because it happened to rain when she was born, everybody else believed it. But she didn't know any better. She genuinely thought she was the child of God. Fuck me, that's crazy. And this is going to go very bad when it turns out she can't heal people. God damn, she really thought she was Jesus, the second coming of Jesus. Her mother was terrible. Yeah, she was. Should have left the village. Like, her mother should have been like, okay, they're going to figure this out eventually. I should probably go somewhere else. Oh, God. And so I pricked the tip of my finger with a knife and let the blood drip into her mouth. Within 3 days, her health had improved enough for her to get out of bed unassisted. Seeing that, no one in the village doubted my powers any longer. In fact, the man who had accused me of being the daughter of a charlatan was subsequently punished for his sins. He received much deserved retribution for challenging the daughter of God, for mocking her. But of course, being a saint, I forgave the man. He in turn repented and changed his ways, worshipping me as the true child of God. Now I'll be honest with you. I was ecstatic, utterly elated. I felt like I was on top of the world and I reveled in it. The villagers showered me with adulation. What do you guys think? Was it placebo effect or... That's pretty freaking weird. That's pretty fucking weird, but it worked out for her. So good for her, I guess. Probably placebo, right? Yeah. She was just feeling sick. She just happened to get lucky. She just happened to get better after that. And everyone said it was Morgana. But what's going to happen when everybody else decides they need to drink Morgana's blood as well? When everybody else decides they need some healing. Antibodies? That could be interesting as well. Sometimes people just get better. Exactly. Sometimes she may have just had a really bad flu, and being an old woman, that was almost killing her. She happened to like get better. It could have been like the placebo effect. It could have been just straight up, hey, she got better immediately there. Either way, this is a cool story. I'm liking this. Lucky Morgana, being seen as the child of God for years.
They revered me, the daughter of God. Anyone who didn't was punished. And on top of that, my blood could cause miracles. Tell me, do you look down on me for feeling the way I did? An actual child of God would never let herself be consumed by such base emotions, would she? But if you would give me a chance, I would like to explain myself. I was but a young girl at the time, and to a child, her mother is the world. Anything she says is the absolute truth. So when my mother claims to happen to coincide with a lucky miracle, my young mind was set in stone. I was a saint. My blood could heal the sick, and nothing would convince me otherwise. After all, I was but a girl of 6 years old. It's not my place to decide whether my blood truly had miraculous powers or not. If you think it did, then it did. And if you think it was all happenstance, then so it was. Miracles are brought about by faith. So the elderly woman who was healed was done so by the powers of her own belief. Baseless hope and desire can at times make the otherwise impossible reality. You understand just how major a role religion played in our time, don't you, Michel? Especially as someone whose life was taken from him in the name of God. And you understand how powerful word of mouth can be as well, don't you? It didn't take long for word of the miracle-performing child of God to spread. Travelers from faraway lands came to our village, all in search of aid. I love how many of you are surprised about the 6-year-old thing. You think it would take much longer than that for somebody to challenge her being the child of God? Yeah, she was a child. She believed everything her mother said. She was still just basically a baby. And there were people going around calling her a charlatan. And then, boom, her blood actually helped an old woman. And seems to have helped some other people. Just by, yeah, from what she's saying, either her blood really did have magical properties, which is doubtful, or it was generally all placebo effect. People would come, they'd drink her blood, they'd be like, I'm gonna get better. God is gonna save me. And then they'd feel better naturally and start like saying, she saved my life, the child of God. It's a pretty cool story. And it's probably something that genuinely happened a lot back in that time period, honestly. I need my Oshi's blood. I hope I'm not your Oshi. God, good luck for that. The mom is a con artist. The mom is a con artist? Yeah, for sure. But, well, we don't know what happened to the mom yet. We don't know if she really was just lying or if she had to lie because otherwise she would have been murdered for being an adulterer, or if she really believed it. Maybe somebody drugged her and did something to her while she was asleep. And then she woke up a couple of months later, she realized she was pregnant and she was like, but I've been with no man. Wait, it must be God. God gave me a child. You never fucking know. This game has been full of horrific shit, so who the fuck knows what happened to the mother right now? Even Morgana didn't seem to put much thought into it. Just realizes now that she was not, in fact, the child of God. I'm back, Morgana. Driven by a mixture of elation and duty, I gave my blessings onto every pilgrim who sought them. I gave them my blood, yes. My young hands were perpetually covered in wounds. Running out of skin on my fingers, I cut the back of my hands, my palms, my wrists. Before long, they had turned into swollen, carved up, black and red horrors, and so I kept them wrapped in cloth at all times. The only time I uncovered them was to give blood to those who sought it. My lacerated hands were, in no uncertain terms, gruesome and unsightly. The believers who came to see me all wept at my selfless sacrifice, and so I came to cherish those wounds. There were some for whom no miracle took place, but whenever that would happen, the villagers would come out and say, the daughter of God is not to blame, you simply lack sufficient faith. Thus, such incidents had no negative effect on my reputation as a saint. For 3 years, I continued doling out blessings. One day, while I was offering a prayer, my mother let slip her discontent. Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? Why must you give the strangers grace? We could be getting compensated. We deserve remuneration. If we charge just a little bit for each blessing, we could be living so much more comfortably. I was dumbfounded. How could the mother of a saint say such things? Helping people was my divine calling, and she expected payment. I nearly wept, hearing my mother preoccupied with such worldly desires. So I explained to her how important this work was. I taught her that we were not to covet material wealth, but we were to dedicate our lives to the service of our fellow man. All right, my dear saint, she said, understanding. And I believed her. I fell asleep that night, convinced she truly understood, and that there would be no more problems. But the next day, oh God, but the very next day, okay, mother was a bitch. Mother knows she's not a saint. Mother did probably have a relationship with a man she either regretted or, you know, was going to be murdered for because it was adultery or was unholy in some other way. And she's immediately going to be like, if you want to have my daughter's blessing from now on,
You must give me 1 silver coin. God damn it. She's going to get her child killed. They're fine when she's doing it, like, of her own free will, but man, when she starts charging them and only the rich can get it and, like, things start going bad. Oh, they're going to destroy her. They're going to crucify her quite literally, aren't they? But the next day... Oh, it's so much worse than I thought. I was sold off. The mother sold her? Men I had never seen before carried me by the arms and tossed me into a carriage. Confused and panicked, I stuck my head out, searching for my mother. Off in the shadow of the house, I saw her with a strange man, accepting a bag of coins. The carriage rocked back and forth as it rolled along a dirt road. Shaking and bouncing within it, I struggled with overwhelming grief and despair. It was perhaps the first time in my life I had felt such a powerful emotion. I didn't know what I felt so much despair over, though. Obviously, it was over my present predicament, but I wasn't sure what about it hurt the most. Was it that I'd been pawned off like a slave? Was it that my mother, the mother of a saint, had been blinded by money? Was it that the villagers had watched in silence as a disciple of the Lord was thrown into a carriage? Or was it that I, daughter of God, lamented my misfortune like a mortal? She was 9, and her mother sold her. The villagers all ignored her, sticking her head out and crying and clearly showing she was in distress after she had saved all of them. Oh my fucking God. And I can only imagine it's going to get worse from here. Because they're going to want a lot of her blood, and probably her hands are not going to be enough. Okay. Trigger warning. This may get very, 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 very fucked up. I decided it was the trial. My father, the Lord God, was testing my worthiness of being his daughter. So I choked back my urge to cry and sat there in silent contemplation. For almost 3 weeks, I was rocked around in the carriage. The coachman treated me well enough, but I'm certain it was only because he didn't want his precious cargo dying before he could deliver it. He did not by any means think me the child of God. The 3rd week, the carriage arrived at a city. It was much larger than the village I had grown up in, with many, many more people crowding the streets. Something about them felt different too. They all spoke in a tongue foreign to me, which is when I realized I was far, far away from home. I was delivered to the lavishly decorated mansion of the region's lord. Brightly colored flowers bloomed wildly in the garden as guests laughed and ate extravagant meals. And in addition to them, there were probably 4 times as many slaves moving about the grounds. Getting a range of looks from everyone we passed, from smartly dressed men to scrawny, emaciated servants, I was led to the Lord's chambers. The Lord was surrounded by beautiful women. Perhaps they were slaves or perhaps they were prostitutes. I couldn't tell. Among them were some girls hardly older than me. They all wore thin swaths of cloth, barely covering themselves at all. The Lord looked me up and down, and with a laugh he said, "Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now." Miracles are not something to be performed for one single person's benefit, I replied, shocked and furious he had just said something so utterly blasphemous. In response, he said, "I bought you. You're my property. You have no right to an opinion." But I would not have any of it. I entreated him to give up his indulgent lifestyle and devote himself to the servant of the Lord. But the more I pleaded, the deeper the creases on his face grew. Thinking back on it now, it was hardly surprising. A 9-year-old girl was scolding the most powerful man in the region. I believed it was my duty, that I was only doing what was right, but he surely saw it as incredible arrogance. So the Lord forced his will upon me. He bound my hands and feet and cut me without my permission, filling a goblet with my blood and passing it around to my guests. To his guests. Fuck. He's 9, man. "A saint's blood and good fortune to all."
This was when I realized the Lord was only interested in the approval of others. He reveled in their envy as he pranced about showing off his curious new toy. Me. He didn't need my miracles. Neither he nor any of his guests were afflicted with disease or misfortune. They were all richly blessed. Every time he threw a banquet, he drained me of my blood. It became nearly impossible to find a spot on either of my arms that wasn't a swollen reddish-black gash. And soon, because my arms weren't providing enough blood for him, the cutting spread to my legs. I lived in a haze of half-consciousness. Honestly, I'm amazed it didn't kill me. But perhaps the Lord was simply taking care not to take more than my body could spare. Watching the wealthy partygoers laugh and sip my blood through bleary eyes, another wave of despair came over me. My miracles, my blood, were not meant to be an appetizer at a feast. They were meant for the sick and the poor. But despite my wishes, the Lord persisted to squeeze me dry day in and day out for his own enjoyment. For a while I was convinced it was all God's test, that it was part of his plan for me, his daughter. That if I could make it through this trial, I'd be allowed to go back to helping people. That man would celebrate my success, envy me, worship me, that sinners would face punishment. The divine retribution would be delivered unto all who had wronged me, a saint. With each passing day, my spirit grew more twisted.
Fuck me. Is all I can really see at this point. Yeah. She's a 9-year-old girl. She's been sold by her mother. She's being bled so much that her arms are just like destroyed at this point, and they're now using her legs. And despite that, she still believes that she's the daughter of God. And it's no wonder that she's becoming malevolent. She's starting to hate these people. At some point, she's going to start begging her father to actually kill them, to punish them, to stop putting her through this trial. And then she's probably going to think, oh, it's because I turned bad. I failed the test. I deserve all of this pain and suffering, and it's only going to get worse. She was just a little girl who believed what her fucking shitty mother said. Oh, God. And the more blood appearing on the screen, we've got one for the mother and one for the Lord. I'm going to guess there's going to be a third one that appears, and those will be the 3 people that she cursed. And yeah, I did almost cry there for a second, but I held it back. We're good. We're good.
Would anyone ever believed that scarred and bloodied girl tied up on the floor in the banquet hall was a saint? Unlikely. This was no charitable gathering, but an unholy Sabbath. Perhaps it was caused by my corrupted spirit. Perhaps it was my heart's way of crying for help. Or perhaps it was the devil giving me my witch's mark. But no matter what the cause, during one of the bloody banquets, I underwent a transformation. I was half conscious as usual, when one of the guests pointed at me and shouted something. His face went pale as if he were afraid, which I found quite curious. The Lord then approached me, grabbing by the hair and lifting me by the head. He yelled something, but I was too far gone to be able to make out what he was saying. Suddenly, I found myself released from my bonds, but my body had grown so weak from being tied up for so long, I didn't have the strength to hold myself up, and so I collapsed to the floor. I was still trying to figure out what was happening when the Lord drew his sword, raising it high above his head. His words in that moment reached me with perfect clarity.
You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin!
A witch? Why was he calling me a witch? I was the holy daughter of God. I'd certainly never made a pact with the devil. What could have given him that idea? What was in store for me now? Had God performed some kind of miracle for him? Dozens of thoughts and questions floated through my mind as death hung over me. I couldn't comprehend anything, and so I didn't feel any fear or anger at my impending death. I was simply curious. What had happened to me? But before I had a chance to find that answer, the Lord swung down his blade.
I wonder what kind of witch's mark she meant. Because, I mean, there are a lot of different witch's marks in different, like, different communities.
Sometimes just like a big, thick mole can be a witch's mark. So I wonder what appeared on her that they all just decided, oh yeah, no, she's a witch. That's strange. Anyway, to the person who talked about the prequel, spoilers. I didn't know that's what I didn't know that's what that was about. I mean, good to know that we're going to get to live through that in much more painful ways later, but yeah, fine. Blood poisoning, maybe. Maybe she started like her skin, maybe the color she is now, right here. Maybe her skin started to turn purple because of just how long they'd been just cutting her and bleeding her, and yeah, her flesh was starting to turn rotten. Probably a mole or sore from the poor treatment. That's possible as well. Possible. Maybe she started vomiting and crying blood. Oh, so possible. Who knows? Damn, I'm not looking forward to living through that in the future. Without warning, without any time to prepare, the darkness drains away. And a second later, I crash onto the stairs. Hard. Ah! Right in my ear, I can hear the of the river of blood. The world fades in and out of view, giving way to very real images of a past I never lived. I can practically feel the fire in the eyes of that mad blood banquet's guests. My vision distorts. I can't regain my focus. Whose blood is this streaming down the stairs? Is it hers? Is it mine? Who am I? A saint? A witch? Is what I'm seeing through a lens of clarity or madness? Wait, no. No! I'm not her. I am Michelle. No one else. It hurts, doesn't it? It's hard to breathe. Your chest is on fire. Your vision is blurry. It's dark. It's lonely. It's scary. It's frustrating. It's disheartening. It's exasperating. Isn't it? What you're feeling is exactly the pain I felt. I reach my hand out in a plea for help, which is when I see something I can hardly believe. Oh, I've got the scars now too. Both of my arms are covered in gashes, blood flowing from them without end. The raw flesh beneath my skin has been exposed to the open air. Oh, wait, that's a good trick. Okay. No, I stuck my arm into the rose bush. But yeah, it's going to confuse him even more about whether he's even Michelle or he's the witch. I stuck my arm into the rose bush. That's what. She's good. Oh my god, Morgana is so fucking evil and genius. Oh. Oh. Ah! All I can bring myself to do is scream. That pain, the horrible past, is doing everything in its power to break me. That 9-year-old girl's sickening experiences are twisting and constricting and crushing me. Oh, why is this happening to you? Are you really that slow, my dear? You're empathizing with my pain. You're just that kind-hearted, Michelle. You said you wouldn't give up, didn't you? That you would make your way to me? And surely this won't be enough to do you in. Of course, it won't. Mustering up every last bit of strength I can, I begin crawling up the stairs. The red river beats against my own open wounds, stinging painfully. The simple act of lifting an arm or a leg is almost unbearably agonizing. The blood dripping from my lacerated arms mixes with the blood already soaking the tower. So this is the pain Morgana suffered. Do you despise everyone? Morgana? Did your resentment your mother's betrayal? at the people who came seeking your blood, at the Lord who took your life, turned into hatred for all mankind?
Your perception of me is still incorrect, Michelle. My grudge is only against a select few. Think about it, my dear. Of the thousands, millions, billions of people living on this planet, my world is comprised of but a minuscule fraction of that. Hatred for all mankind? No. But I feel it's not nearly so nebulous. Although if I had died still believing I was a saint, maybe I wouldn't have felt such a well-defined mission.
Are you saying the Lord didn't kill you?
I was going to say, that's not when she died. I don't get why everybody thought that. Like, she's not a 9-year-old girl. Look at her. Look at her. Anyway, she's going to have much more pain and hatred to look forward to. And they wouldn't just behead her. They would have crucified her and tortured her for days on end first if they thought she was a witch. So we're going to be suffering through more pain for the next while. So buckle up. Morgana's tale has only just begun.
Oh my, did you actually think that was the end of my tale? Despite all your big talk, you're afraid of having to suffer through any more of that, aren't you? But you're the one who said you wouldn't give in. So go on. Know my pain. Without losing your mind.
Part 2. There's probably 3 parts. The first one is just the Lord. Lovely.
Ugh. Once again, my surroundings crumble. I have no say. I have no chance to object. Before I'm dragged back to that repulsive banquet, I reach out, stretching my hand as far as it will reach. But all I can grab is darkness. My bloody body sinks back into the abyss. The pain becomes more than just a memory, eroding away at my consciousness. Okay, Morgana, what you got for me this time? Come at me.
Yeah, that's about right.
You're a damned witch wearing a saint's skin.
Maybe if I had died then, I wouldn't have become the witch you know now. But that's all conjecture. Theorizing about what could have happened is an exercise in futility. But no, I did not die that day. Brought together by constant mistreatment, the Lord's slaves chose that moment to start their revolt. When he swung down his blade, someone bumped into him and it was knocked off its course. I didn't have the strength to get to my feet, so I simply watched the chaos unfold before my hazy eyes. It never even occurred to me that I should try to escape. At some point during the riot, a young man, one of the slaves, grabbed me by my bloody limp arm and led me out of the Lord's manor. The young man brought me to a slum, a place where the people banded together in their hardship, barely scraping together enough to eat every day, let alone pay the taxes demanded of them. By the time we'd arrived at a small brothel located a ways into the slum, the fog was starting to clear from my mind. I knew where we were, and the feeling of the gazes of those scantily clothed women, I trembled. In a sense, that was possibly the most frightened I'd ever been in my life, despite everything else I had been through. The idea that I'd fallen so far, I would have to become a prostitute, scared me to death. After all, I was a saint, and saints were supposed to retain their purity. Spreading my legs for any man who gave me enough coins would shatter my very identity. At all that was going through my mind, I probably shouted no in protest, because the slave gave me an exasperated look and told me he hadn't brought me here to become a prostitute. Oh, thank fucking God. Christ. Oh, I was scared that's where that was going too. He said he knew someone here, someone I could trust, and that she would give me a room. I had trouble believing him, though. I couldn't trust the word of a prostitute.
Morgana, you were literally about to become one. You've already been sold once. Morgana's a strange mix for me, because she's holier than thou. She truly believes she's a saint, 100%. And so sometimes she's like, oh, I'll do anything to sacrifice for the masses. They can take my blood. I don't mind that this looks horrible anymore.
After all, I'm the daughter of God.
Meanwhile, she's also like, I couldn't trust a prostitute, and like, oh, these people are disgusting and horrible, and she's an interesting mix. She just truly believes in what she is. She's very pious. She's very holier than thou. She's also a 9-year-old who, 100% believes in all of the scripture, and the scripture can lead you down some very strange directions if you take parts of it to the extremes. God damn. So yeah, poor Morgana, but also god damn.
Come back out. There we go. Someone who valued money more than her own body. It was all a trap, I was sure. One day they would tell me I had to work. Nothing he said could convince me otherwise. Apparently sensing my mistrust, the slave gave me an apologetic frown and handed me a mirror saying, Even if I did, you couldn't get any work looking like that. I could not believe what I saw. That couldn't be my face. It had to be an illusion. There was no way. I was not the face of a saint. It couldn't be. It wasn't real. It wasn't possible. Patches of skin had fallen off my face, exposing the raw red flesh beneath. It looked quite similar to what had been done to my arms and legs, except my face had never been cut before. Looking at myself in the mirror, even I doubted my own sainthood. The thing in my reflection was a hellish abomination. It was the twisted face of a witch. And although I was shocked by what I saw, at the same time, it answered several lingering questions. It explained why the Lord and his guests had panicked at the sight of me, and it also explained why he had said I was a witch wearing a saint's skin. Over the course of the dozens of banquets I had participated in, my face must have mutated, twisted into this ugly, sickening, monstrous thing.
Is that... Somebody said sepsis. Yeah. I was thinking leprosy at first, but she would have had to catch that from someone. And leprosy... The sepsis... I don't actually... Well, yeah, I guess if you get too many infections, your body just starts breaking down. Like, it could have been anything, honestly, at that point. Cellulitis first? Sepsis? Could have been anything. Necrosis? Yeah, it could have just been, like, natural. Ugh. So many infected wounds at that point that your body just wouldn't be able to heal anymore. Blood-related diseases? Yeah. Poor girl. She's so tiny as well. Got blood drained constantly? Yeah. And just continuously cut by, I'd imagine, not blades that they made sure were clean every time. I hate this story.
The sight of what I had become sapped the last bit of willpower from me. Not because I was particularly fond of my face or thought myself especially beautiful, but because it crushed me to see everything saintly about me crumble away. Test from God or otherwise, I didn't have the strength left to attempt to overcome it. Deciding I would rather be dead than struggle any longer, I begged the slave to kill me. Taking one's own life was a sin. If I did that, I'd not be able to return to my father's side, and I wanted to ask him why I'd been put through such tribulation. But the young man refused. He said, completely missing my intention, that if I persevered, good fortune would eventually find me. He said that if I lived on, I'd eventually have a chance to get my payback. I had no such worldly concerns, though. But if no one would take my life, I had no choice but to live.
I love that. I love that he thought she was so depressed she wanted to die. Meanwhile, she was just like, no, I need to talk to Daddy about this. I need to ask Dad, what? How dare he? How dare he hurt me so bad? God fucking damn. She is wild. Morgana is damn wild. Good guy slave, at least. Yeah, he's just trying to help her. I also... It's fucked up. I empathize with Morgana, but it's also kind of a freaking amazing moment when she's like,
no, they're going to make me work as a prostitute.
And the guy's just like, you couldn't work as a prostitute. Nobody would want to touch you. Like, that's such a moment of like, no, girl, nobody's trying. We're trying to help you. Oh, God.
I despised life at the brothel. The men who came to buy their services were disgusting buffoons. The kind of people who would think they could deceive God. And the women fawning over them were just as repulsive. That said, I had nowhere else to go. It meant I was forced to suffer that sickening place. By the time a year or so had passed, my feelings about it had changed. The women of the brothel took good care of me, treating me like a sister. At first it was just irritating. I was a saint, and how could a saint have prostitutes for sisters?
Are you sure you read the New Testament? I got a few things to tell you about Mary Magdalene.
But over time I got to know them better, grew to appreciate their circumstances and hardships. Despite barely having enough money to keep food on the table, whenever they had little to spare, they would use it to purchase medicine, ointments to apply to my arms, legs, and face. And as a result of their generosity, my arms and legs started looking almost human, but nothing had any effect on my face. Occasionally, the slave would drop in to check on me. The other men thought me ghastly and wouldn't get anywhere near me, but he was different.
They're so nice, too. All the girls are spending their extra money despite the fact that they're having to work as prostitutes. They're spending their money to take care of her. Oh, they're so sweet.
And every time he visited, he would say, "One day I'll show you the world." And to tell you the truth, I was beginning to grow attached to it all. My time at the brothel was probably, all things considered, one of the brighter chapters of my life. There, I was neither saint nor witch, but an ordinary human girl. For the first time, I felt like my life had meaning beyond my assumed divine purpose. I was even beginning to feel kind of happy. And with each passing day, my intractable worldview was gaining a little flexibility. Perhaps I could perform miracles. That didn't necessarily mean I had to be the daughter of God or a saint. Maybe I was just a regular person who happened to possess some unusual abilities. Ridiculous, isn't it? Despite coming to accept my humanity, I refused to let go of my miraculous powers. They were the last thing protecting what I thought of as myself. But to me at the time, I felt like a very dramatic change of heart. 3 years after the revolt at the Lord's Manor, I had my 12th birthday, for which they threw me a little dinner party. The women all pitched in to bake me treats, and the young slave man was there too. I was happy. I thought that if life could continue on like this, I was fine with not going back to being a saint. But for some reason, happiness always seems to slip away as soon as you've got your hands around it. No one sincerely wants to lose it, so why must they? I certainly didn't mind not being miserable. Let me tell you what happened that night, on the night of my birthday celebration. Bandits attacked the brothel. Now, bandits were hardly a rarity in that time, so everyone was always on the lookout and never went out at night. They wouldn't stop at robbing you either. They were armed with blades and would frequently kill their targets if necessary. But cautious as we were helpless against a direct raid. The brothel fell into a panic, screams echoing in the night. The customers were carved up and left for dead. The women were bound and stowed away to be sold. My peaceful world shattered in an instant. And the next thing I knew, I was some slave trader's merchandise. I don't know what became of the prostitutes who cared for me, or the slave who brought me to them. I assume the women were sold and the young man slaughtered. But regardless, I found myself being rocked around in the back of a carriage once more.
God damn it. And this is while she's 12. She's still such a tiny little broken girl with such a crazy worldview because of how she was raised. God damn.
The carriage was packed so tight you could barely see the floor, and it smelled like death. Sweat, urine, feces, every foul odor imaginable compressed into a tiny space. There were both men and women there, nearly all of them muttering or groaning or weeping. Everyone was young, ripe to be put to work. It didn't take me long to realize what fate awaited these people. And me. But when I did, I just sat there in silence. Then for the first time, I cried. I was experiencing, I believe, a very human emotion. I was sad, hurt that I'd been taken away from a place where I was happy, from the women at the brothel and that young man. It crushed me, and no longer did I wonder why such a thing was happening to the holy daughter of God. Something about my tears must have seemed strange to him, because one man saw me and said, "Why are you crying?" He was a curious man. To start, he looked very different from anyone else. The color of his skin, the length of his nose, the shape of his eyes. Everything about him was new and unusual. Hesitantly, I replied, I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me. The man fell silent, looking as though he was deep in thought. I had no idea why he'd asked me that, but something about him made me uncomfortable, so I couldn't bring myself to ask. Several hours later, the man suddenly stood up. The guards had no patience for anyone stepping out of line, and they didn't look like they would hesitate to kill us either. So unsurprisingly, one at the back of the carriage drew his sword and pointed at the man. What was surprising, though, was what happened next. The man, his hands shackled like the rest of us, leapt for the guard, slamming his fists into his face and stealing his sword. The entire carriage was in shock. The guards were too stunned to effectively react, so they were quickly cut down. And because the one-man uprising had taken place between cities, there was no one the slave traders could ask for help before they were slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, it was all over, and there was nothing human about what I had witnessed. If I had to describe it, I would say it was as though a wild beast had attacked. I was already getting the feeling from the way she described him, being a foreigner and everything. Yeah, this is Yukimasa. This is Bestia in his original life. I guess that means that the first one, the noble lord who bled her bit by bit, would be Mel Rhodes. So now we're at Yukimasa. What the fuck is he gonna do to her now? I can see why she hated the fucking... the noble dude so much. Yukimasa just saved her, so how much worse is this part of the timeline going to become? The man ruffled through the slave trader's clothes until he found the keys, which he brought to me, ordering that I unshackle him. And so I did as he commanded. Once they had enough time to process what had happened, the would-be slaves applauded. Their wretched souls had been saved. And for a moment, I believed so too. When the man's hands were free, he rolled his shoulders a couple of times, made sure everything was in place. And then, did he kill everyone else? He began his massacre. Screams of agony filled the carriage as he ran his sword through the helpless men and women packed inside it. Blood and guts were splattered against every surface, and those who tried to escape did not get far before being mercilessly skewered. It was like a scene out of a nightmare. I was frozen in place, not out of fear, but because my mind had shut down. I couldn't make sense of what was happening, so my mind rejected it. And with my brain having given up, my body was no more than a lifeless puppet. Oh, that's a lot more blood. In short order, all the slaves were dead, and I was sitting in a pool of blood, staring at the man. He pointed his blade at me, and with a little smirk said, "Why didn't you run?" In turn, I asked him, "Why did you kill them?" The smile vanished from his face, and after a few quiet moments of pondering, he replied, "Because I felt like it." "And why haven't you killed me yet?" I asked, to which he gave a curt, "I don't know," then withdrew his blade and wandered off into the distance. And then I was all alone, surrounded by corpses. I glanced down, and half of someone's face was looking back up at me. Wait, that's not so bad. What? That can't be why she cursed Yukimasa. Okay, there has to be more coming. I'm just surprised we disappeared out of her memories again. I thought we'd see all of Yukimasa's story past Yukimasa. Obviously, it's not Yukimasa, and that wasn't Mel. Those were original lives. Different lives, but the same soul. He just left her. I have to imagine she follows him, because I can't imagine him killing all these other random people hurt her that much. Thanks, I guess, Yukimasa. I mean, he kept her alive. He was interested in her in some way. Like, he asked her why she was crying and then just killed everyone. It was... Dude's interesting. Dude's interesting. Anyway. Wrapped in absolute darkness, warm blood spills onto my cheeks, my hair, my skin. Chunks of human flesh rain down on me. Make it stop. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter. There's no end to the deluge. The smell of death fills the air.
struck with a wave of nausea so strong, I can't hold back the contents of my stomach. But when my mouth opens to vomit, blood pours out of it. Let go of me! Dead bodies grab at my ankles, dragging me down. To where? Hell? Or the mountain of corpses?
Now do you understand that there was a time, if but briefly, when I was happy, when I felt human emotions? But I wish I never had. If I had remained confined in my daughter of God shell, then I doubt I would have felt so much terror at the sight of death.
I can't say anything in response. I can't form words. I feel what she experienced, the massacre she witnessed, the limp flesh piling up around her. Even more than twice her age, it's enough to drive me mad. The fact that a 12-year-old girl had to experience something so unspeakable devastates me.
Tell me, my dear, do you pity me? Do you sympathize with me? If you feel bad for me, then you'll remain with me. You'll feel my pain and despair with me, won't you?
The witch's cackle echoes through the pile of bodies. There's not a speck of light, and hideous death lingers everywhere. Helpless to resist, I'm dragged down into a deep, dark ocean. An ocean of blood.
Interesting. We got another laugh. Oh, we're back to this. Yay. Oh, good, 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 good. She's looking for someone to feel her and stay. Both Giselle and Michelle have empathy level. It's not just the empathy level either. Both Michelle and Giselle also have similar storylines to her. Giselle has literally been in the same situation, thrown into a carriage after having been used and assaulted and taken to a place she doesn't like, accused of being a witch and all this other dirty shit that happened to her, tortured for no reason of her own. And Michelle has the same kind of thing, accused of being the a child of the devil, of being a witch, of being a monster, cast out and abused and all of that shit. Like, they both have similar stories, and especially if she really did bring back Michelle as the white-haired girl Michelle, then she's lived through so many similar stories. She's met Mel. She's known what happened to her mother at the hands of the Rhodes family. That kind of fucked up shit, and still feeling love and empathy and caring. She's been at the hands of Yuki Masa. She's seen other people being destroyed, of having a tiny glint of happiness torn away from her and clinging to a beast to survive. And she's been with, what's-his-face, Jacopo, someone who treated her like shit, drove her crazy, locked her in a tower and kept her constrained, which is probably going to be the end of her story. The end of her story is going to be the original legend of the witch locked in the tower with only that tiny, tiny bit of light coming through the barred window, forgotten about with no one to come for her, and just dying slowly up there. That's probably when she's going to write that original incantation in her blood. So yeah. She has like taken Giselle and Michelle and kind of tried to like make them empathize with her, and almost tried to make them become her. Like, especially with Michelle, like she did it with Giselle already and told her, "No, you're the witch. You just made up that fairy tale." And Giselle believed it. Giselle believed she was the witch. She was Morgana. She was the second Morgana living with Morgana, who could understand her pain and feel her suffering. And now she's doing it to Michelle too. Every time she drags him back here, he's coming back out and forgetting who he is a bit more, and saying, "I did this, I did that. No, wait, it wasn't me. I'm Michelle. I can't lose myself." Yeah, she is definitely trying to find people to be with her, to stay with her. Is this how she copes? Possibly.
Now, on with the story. I was at a complete loss for some time after that. I didn't want to return the city because I knew there was no one left who would take me in. There was only the Lord who had bound me and drained me of my blood. So I wandered the road, no destination in mind and nothing to defend myself but the clothes on my back. Frankly, I'm rather surprised I wasn't attacked by bandits. After walking for days without food or water, my mind was hazy and my exhaustion at a peak. I'm also going to move myself down here from now on. I thought this wasn't going to take too long, but this just keeps coming. In the distance, I saw a lake. So driven by my thirst, I turned my unsteady feet toward the water, not caring that it took me off the main road. And it turned out that was the correct choice, because there was a small cottage beside the lake, smoke rising from the chimney telling me it wasn't abandoned. Out of sheer desperation, I knocked on the door. No one answered. The door wasn't locked, so I slowly, hesitantly pushed it open. And beyond it, I found an old woman sitting dead in a chair. The woman was a witch. By trade, that is. It appeared she had a deep knowledge of medicinal herbs, using it to make an assortment of medicines. In her cabinets were dozens of small glass bottles, containing dried, powdered leaves and crushed berries, among other things. On the fire was a cauldron, liquid bubbling inside. The woman looked as though she was asleep. Presumably, she had passed away of old age. There was no sign bandits had been rooting through the cottage, and she had a look of absolute serenity on her face. Looking over at the woman's dead body, I didn't cross myself. I envied her.
Fuck. She envies the dead now. God damn, Morgana, that's deep. Also, crap, what was I going to say here? Shit, I had something, but I forgot it. Fuck it.
Dragging the woman's body by her feet, I dumped her into the lake. Do you think doing so makes me a bad person? Makes me unsaintly? I didn't have anywhere else to go, and the owner of the cozy cottage was no longer in this world.
Oh, that was it. New theory. Like, if she genuinely was already done by done with Yukimasa, like if that was his whole story, perhaps Yukimasa wasn't even the one she really wanted to torture. Perhaps the guys aren't the source of her revenge. Well, no, because it would have been the noble, unless it's her mother. The noble was just a sister, was just an additional point. It wasn't Mel / the noble that she wanted to torture. It was Nelly / her mother. And it wasn't Yukimasa she wanted to torture. It was Pauline, who I don't know who it would be yet. But what if she's punishing the women in her life rather than the men? The men are allowed to exist as shades and are trapped there. But it's actually the women that she's bringing back time and time again to torture. That's a thought. It's a thought for now. Anyway. I just don't see why she would punish Yukimasa for just killing all those random slaves she was with. Because they took away her actual, like, the prostitutes she was friends with, and the man. They killed the man and took away the prostitutes to be sold elsewhere. So why would she care about Yukimasa just killing a bunch of other people? I don't know. Well, I didn't have anywhere else to go, and the owner of the cozy cottage was no longer of this world. There was no reason I couldn't fill the home in her stead, was there? I deserved to have somewhere I felt comfortable, after everything I'd been through, didn't I? And so I took up residence in the old witch's cottage, and remained there until my 16th year. By 16, a terrible cynicism had taken root in my heart. I had no trust for people. I shut them out, building high walls around myself. After such a tumultuous, bloody childhood, it was all I could do to protect myself, to keep my young spirit from cracking. Nevertheless, travelers would on occasion pay the old witch's cottage a visit, seeking her medicines. Whenever someone arrived, I would cautiously crack the door open, telling them they could trade for whatever they wanted with food, and never showing my face. One day, a young man showed up at the cottage. My sister has fallen ill, but she desperately needed some medicine. He was very soft-spoken. There was a distinct kindness in his voice, which I thought unusual. Curious. What kind of person could he be? What did he look like? What expression did he make as he spoke? To satisfy that curiosity, I snuck a peek at him through the crack in the door. He was Oh, this is Mal. Still caring about his sister. Is he going to end up being the son of the noble from the city? Maybe.
Anyway, he was a handsome young man with flowing flaxen hair, and upon seeing me, he didn't flinch back in disgust. He smiled. According to him, his younger sister had fallen gravely ill, and though they had tried a number of remedies, she was still bedridden. The medicines I gave him too had no effect, but he persisted in his quest, visiting me again and again for new combinations to try. He wanted nothing more than to relieve even the slightest bit of his sister's suffering, and moved by his dedication to his family, I too wanted to do anything I could to help. For the first time in years, my world encompassed more than my small cottage. When the young man came, he would ask not only for medicine, but to go on walks with me. He volunteered to spend time with me despite my horrifying appearance. It's not healthy to stay holed up all this time. We've got this beautiful lake right here. What do you say we take a little walk around the shoreline? He said with a smile, taking me by the hand. We spoke as we circled by the lakeside. His voice was always so soft and pleasant, like a ray of light shining through a crack in the walls. When I was with him, I felt like I could be an actual person, an ordinary girl. He talked about his sister more than anything, and whenever he did, he was at his brightest and most melancholy. The young man had been a member of a noble house, but disputes over who was the rightful heir had forced him and his sister out. Shortly after that, his sister had fallen ill and was now bedridden. I'll take anything at this point to make her feel better. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. That word, muttered beneath his breath, sparked my memory. I was a saint. My blood had healing properties. I had no reason to hesitate. Someone needed my help, and who deserved it more than this kind-hearted young man's sister? So I decided to tell him what I really was, that my blood had miraculous powers, that it had saved people. At the moment I had been born, the drought plaguing my village had come to an end, that I had been known as a saint, the daughter of God. I told him everything, and he believed it all. He led me to his house where a pale, sickly young girl lay in bed. She was a sweet little girl with the same flaxen hair as her brother, who looked like she would have been quite spirited if not for her ailment. It was touching to see the two siblings sitting there together, quietly holding each other. I would gladly give my blood for the two of them, and so I made a new cut on my arm, which had healed considerably thanks to the slave and the women of the brothel, and let the girl drink of my blood.
Is she going to end up poisoning her? Like, for all we know by this point, with all the different knives that have been used to cut her, she has all kinds of number of diseases. And with everything that happened to her body, she could have, like, blood that does damage to other people by this point. Or this could actually work, in which case we're just going to repeat history. That's going to be just as bad. Neither of them had any doubts about my sainthood, and because they believed, a miracle occurred. The flaxen-haired girl recovered enough to get out of bed. I was extremely proud of myself. I felt like for once I had actually saved someone's life. The only issue was she didn't make a complete recovery. For a few days after drinking my blood, she was in good health, but her condition quickly regressed. I was deeply perplexed by this. A miracle had undoubtedly taken place, but it was only temporary. Now, though, I believe I can explain what happened. Her recovery was nothing more than a placebo effect caused by her faith. But that's something I couldn't have known at the time. We were all three perplexed, and we were all three disheartened. Nevertheless, I was prepared to give her my blood as many times as needed. Whenever her condition worsened, the young man came to request more, and never once did I turn him away. On the contrary, I enthusiastically offered her my services. Over time now, the hope in his eyes began to fade. He asked me on fewer walks, and he seemed hesitant to look me in the eye. I assume it was out of discomfort, out of guilt, out of shame about asking for blood. But I don't think his concerns were for me, rather himself and his sister. As I mentioned earlier, blood was considered unclean in our time, and not only was I giving mine away, I was having his sister imbibe it. Looking at it that way, it would hardly be a surprise for him or anyone else to think what I was doing deprived. As time passed, the flaxen-haired young man seemed to grow more and more disturbed by me. That was what I got for opening up. That was what I got for letting his kind, warm light shine in on me. The moment things went bad,
He pulled away. There were times when I thought I shouldn't have done something in the first place, but regardless, I held fast to my original decision. I would put myself on the line for them. No one else. Just them. Even if I was afraid, even if he was afraid of me or had no interest in seeing me, I would continue offering her my blood, and I was firm in my resolve. Fuck. One day, though, I received a new visitor. The young man was still the only one I would show my face to, the only guest I had let into my walls. So as usual, I took the man's request from behind the cottage door. But I could hardly believe my ears when he began speaking.
Are you the witch with the miracle blood?
First, how did he know my blood had powers? Second, why had he called me a witch and not a saint? Third, why did he sound like the man who had slaughtered the slave carriage? Yukimasa! Okay, you're getting wrapped back into this again. Mel betrayed and betrayed to Yukimasa. What the fuck? Did Yukimasa show up at Mel and Nellie's house? And he tried to sway him away by saying you should go there instead? I don't know. I told the man he had to leave, that I would not be opening the door for any reason. In response, he said, I'm in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little? My blood was for the sick and needy. I would never spare a drop for a murderer like him. And I told the man exactly that, demanding he leave. All I could think about was the pile of bodies, a fountain of blood, a man drenched in crimson wearing a ghastly smirk. I trembled behind the door, fearing he may go on another such rampage. But instead he gave a simple, as you say, and went on his way. I let out a deep sigh of relief, which is when I realized tears were rolling down both of my cheeks, like an ordinary girl. 3 days later, the flaxen-haired boy showed up at my cottage. I'm sorry for being so distant lately. I want to talk things over. He's just trying to get her outside, isn't he? He's opening up the door for Yukimasa. Those 2 sentences were like a light shining from above. I wanted to talk to him too. I wanted to take a walk around the lake and listen to him talk about nothing. I wanted to experience the warmth of his world once more. And I wanted to tell him about the terrible man who had been there a few days earlier. About how scared I had been. I wanted him to tell me it would be all right. I want to talk to you too, I said, opening the door without a second thought. The light of the sun was so bright, all I could make out was his silhouette. I couldn't see the look on his face, or the look in his eyes. A gentle breeze blew past, and my mind froze. How could this be happening? What did it mean? Why? How? What was that man doing? Standing behind him? Why was he carrying a sword? Why was he coming into my house? And why did he swing it down, severing my arm? I was in a daze. I couldn't make sense of anything. I didn't want to. My left arm fell to the floor before I even knew what was happening, and then my legs gave out. He's got to eat the arm, isn't he? This has got to begin his cannibalism. He's got to drink the blood, but also eat the arm, because, hey, I am also ingesting the flesh of the witch. That should be even more powerful. Oh, God. The pain, searing and unbearable, came a few moments later, as I was lying in an ever-expanding pool of my own blood. I did something then that I hadn't done before, that I had resisted doing no matter how much blood the Lord had stolen from me. I screamed. It was a hideous, visceral noise, a sound I had never thought a saint could make, the same ear-splitting howl the slaves had made as the man had butchered them. I writhed, I wailed, I wept. I crawled across the floor through my own blood. I begged and I begged and I begged for my life. The man walked over and picked up my severed arm, and then shockingly, he tossed it to the kind-hearted young man, after which he said, "That's your share. Should last you long enough." Fucking Mel. Whoa. And does that mean what? He's got to keep the rest? He gave Mel the arm and what? He's got to just keep the rest of Morgana.
Fuck me. Mel sold her? Yeah, Mel sold her again. Just literally traded her. The other person who brought light into her life. It's just what she always does to other people at this point. Gives them a glimmer of hope, makes them happy, makes them feel love, and then rips it all away from them.
Share? What did he mean by share? What was he talking about? Why had he given him my arm? And why had he taken it? Why was he talking like they knew each other? Why? Why? I had spared blood for him when he asked, hadn't I? So why was he doing this? Was cutting my arm off and stealing it easier on his conscience than simply asking? You understand how I felt, don't you? You can put yourself in my shoes, can't you? The young man refused to look me in the eye. Holding my bloody arm in his trembling hands, he fled from the cottage as quickly as his legs would allow. The man then walked over and picked me up. I had neither the strength nor willpower to resist. Holding me in his arms, he began to speak, telling me things I didn't want to know, things I didn't want to hear, but he didn't care. Nothing personal. I just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose her church. Don't take it personally. Tell me, is there anyone in this world who wouldn't feel a bit of spite after being put through such torture? How was I supposed to let that slide? No one's that much of a saint. My trust had been betrayed, and I was supposed to turn the other cheek. A man had barged into my home uninvited and cut off my arm, and I was supposed to smile and take it. Is there anyone anywhere who doesn't feel even the slightest bit of hatred ever? Is there anyone in this world who could just laugh and brush off this level of abuse? Tell me, is there? How could I not hold a grudge? How could I not despise them? How could I possibly forgive them? Tell me, please. Tell me, how could I? She needs the money. I needed some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. I brought him the witch with the miracle blood. He'd finance a whole new church for her. The Lord? Why him again? Why couldn't he leave me alone? After trying to kill me during one of his blood sabbats, why was he after my blood once more? He learned it really did have miraculous powers and decided he wanted me back? You get to be the sacrifice. To keep her church from collapsing. To keep her world from collapsing. Sacrifice? Excuse me, what? What's all this about keeping her church from collapsing? You murdered a carriage full of innocent people, and you're trying to protect a church? You? Are you out of your mind? Churches are where people go to commune with God, to speak with my Father. How dare you soil those sanctified grounds with your filthy hands, you beast! It's insulting, sacrilegious, repulsive. It's what do you think we are? So, don't take it personally, witch. I'm not a witch. I'm a saint. I was a saint. My blood exists to do the Lord's work, not to satisfy the avarice of man. Why is this happening to me? Man brought me back to the city, but instead of taking me to the Lord's manor, he brought me to a church on the city's outskirts. But to be honest, it looked more like an estate than a church. The church also served as a hospital, offering free care to less fortunate children, the poor and the infirm. That was when I learned why he had said they needed money. The owner of the church offered unconditional assistance to anyone who came. Even when the food and supplies ran low, they would ration their own in order to keep helping others. As a result, the church was perpetually on the verge of collapse. The church was run by a woman, something exceedingly rare for the time. There were no priests. All management was handled by a single nun, who everyone referred to as Pauline, as the saintess.
Oh, that's even worse. Everyone referred to her as the saintess. Meanwhile, everybody called Morgana, who believed herself to be a saint, as the witch. People treated her like a fucking monster, and this woman is referred to as the saintess.
I was the saint. Why was this woman who didn't have the ability to perform miracles being worshipped like she did? Why did the people of the city idolize her? Why were their smiles all directed at her? Why was I not in her place? The man carried me to the top of the observation tower. Oh, this is the mansion. That's why a fucking mansion has a stained glass window of Michael the Archangel. Okay. Okay, now it's all making sense. It was there that I had my reunion with the Lord. And there's more blood, getting darker and darker. I was to spill my blood for the people of the city, but also for the Lord's prophet. He was not offering free aid, but selling it as medicine. He claimed it was a miracle elixir, telling no one that it was actually my blood. It was mixed with a beautiful red wine, and drinking it would cure you of any ailment. If they knew it was actually the blood of a witch, they would think it unclean. They would fear it. I remained imprisoned for a long, long time. In the beginning, the swordsman guarded me, though before long the flaxen-haired young man showed up as well. Presumably one severed arm wasn't enough to keep his sister healthy for long. In listening to their conversations, I learned that to ensure no one else could get in, the observation tower was sealed with 3 locks. The Lord, the swordsman, and a young man each held one of the keys. I was their secret, locked away in the tower for them to drain of blood away from wandering eyes.
They were so fucked up. That's... Jesus. The Lord was Jacopo? Yeah, it turns out the Lord was Jacopo, not Mel. So now we have Jacopo, Mel, and Yukimasa. All 3. Jacopo only yearned for money. Fair. That's what he did in his timeline. Mel only cared about Nelly and ended up using her, giving her some hope for just a small moment, that she might live a normal life, that she might have a friend, and then betraying her. Yukimasa absolutely destroyed her spirit by seeing some other woman as a saintess that could cure him, that could take away his beastly nature, that could make him see God. Another saintess in the world that actually managed to cure Yukimasa of his evil, at least on the outside, because he still trapped the witch, but I mean, he was trying to help a saintess and keep a church going. So yeah, this was his white-haired girl, I guess, or his Pauline. It was probably Pauline's actual soul that was the saintess, but still. Oh, God. Basically his white-haired girl that was keeping him sane. I don't know. Maybe we'll see the saintess at some point. But the fact that they all 3 had a lock to this door, they basically all 3 decided they owned her. And they just kept her locked up in this tower, just like the original tale of the witch being locked in the tower, but they just kept coming in to bleed her, to take her blood. Most likely Pauline. Yeah, I still think the white-haired girl was actually Michelle, and that she was putting him into like her position time and time again. I don't know. Maybe the white-haired girl was her. This is fucking wild, though, considering it started with me being... I've got all over the place on this. Morgana had a fucked up life. Jesus Christ.
Time went on, and I grew progressively weaker. I lost the will to eat, and the will to live. My only view from the tower was the clouds through a window high up on the walls. Occasionally a pigeon would fly in, sometimes a butterfly. I would glare in envy as it fluttered around, free to come and go as it pleased. And soon, it was spring. Every spring, the church held a festival to pray for the coming year's harvest and the people's well-being. I could hear the bustle from far below through the window as everyone rushed to prepare. I heard the flaxen-haired girl's voice, who had regained her health by drinking my blood. I heard her brother's voice, who had betrayed me. I heard the nun's voice, who played saint in my stead. I heard the barbaric swordsman's voice, who had chopped off my arm. And I heard the Lord's voice, the root of all of my suffering. I heard people praising the saintess, though I, the true saint, was locked in the tower. I heard people thanking the Lord for his generous donations and miracle medicine, though it had all come from me. Propped up on my suffering, they cheered and clinked glasses of my bloody wine. Those merry, peaceful, cheerful, spirited sinners' voices. resounded in my tower, and at noon on the day of the festival, the church bell tolled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and with the 12th chime, I died. As the bell's last pealing faded into silence, the tower door swung open. Oh, Morgana. Still chained up. She's got a butterfly brooch. And, oh, she has this kind of hair. No, she has twin tails. There's one on the left as well. Looks like she had beautiful hair, though. But she ended up doing the maid in a similar way to her. The butterfly? Yeah. Butterfly is a symbol of reincarnation. It's also a symbol of a bunch of other things about, like, love and stuff, but I feel like it's the reincarnation one they're mainly using for her. As the bell's last pealing faded into silence, the tower door swung open. Standing on the other side of it were the 3 men. They must have wanted to drain a little more from me to use in the feast. But they arrived at the worst possible moment. The flaxen-haired young man was the first to express his consternation. I never wanted her to die. Was she not eating? The Lord gave my corpse a casual glance and said stone-faced, "Seal the tower off. Understood? No one finds out about this." How can you be so calm? Do you understand what you've done? Pinning the blame on me. How nice it must be to be able to distort reality with panic. The swordsman, who had been silently observing the Lord and the boy conversing, interjected, "You're just as guilty as any of us." Not only did they not mourn my death, they argued over whose fault it was. There was no regret, no remorse. The young man muttered absent-mindedly, I never wanted her to die." What did his intentions matter, though? It was his betrayal that had ultimately tethered me to this mansion. But the fact that they didn't grieve my death, and instead squabbled among themselves like filthy rats, was the final straw. How could I not despise them? I don't believe I actually had the power to perform miracles when I was alive. It was all faith, the illusion of belief. I was neither a saint nor a witch. The blood wine was only effective because people placed their faith in the other saintess. I was only ever human. But then, in that moment, an actual miracle occurred. My father bestowed upon me his power. Or perhaps it was the devil who lent me his strength. I was looking down upon my own dead body, my own wretched self. There was nothing beautiful about the pile of bones I'd become. I could almost smell the rotting flesh. That was once a saint? I laughed at the thought. It was absurd, ridiculous, and infuriating. They would pay. Those who had cast me into this hell, who had mocked me, who had done this to me, who had made a witch out of me. Hatred coursed through me. Revulsion at everyone on these grounds still smiling. They would know just whose dead shoulders their little party was resting upon. If they wanted so badly to call me a witch, then a witch I would be. I would kill them, every last one of them, place a curse on their souls. And so, I made my wish. Most people might consider it a curse, but for me, it was most certainly a wish. And my father, or maybe the devil, granted that wish. From the garden, there rose a scream. The flaxen-haired young man knew that voice better than anyone. He went deathly pale, darting down the spiral staircase until he reached a window. A young girl was on her knees, vomiting blood in the grass. Oh shit, let's fucking go. The funny thing is, this could all be scientifically valid as well. This doesn't even have to be a curse. It's probably going to get much worse than this, and obviously we know she tethered them all to the house. Well, what we thought was a mansion, what turns out was a church, so there is some evil to it. But this could just be like her septic blood at this point from having been so close to death, having turned so rotten, making them sick at this point. Anyway, let's have fun with this. Let's see that, wow, most of these people don't even know what's going on. They're living, like, there's only these 3 that really did evil shit to her. All these other people are going to die because they were being tricked, because they believed in the same tests. Ugh. The young man yet let out a yelp as he descended the remainder of the staircase. As soon as he reached the garden, he lifted the girl in his arms. She had already perished. Realizing this, he cried to the heavens, saying the one thing he should have kept to himself. The witch killed her! The blood of the witch killed my sister! The wine you're drinking is no medicine! It's the blood of the witch! You're all drinking witch blood! Crushed by the loss of his only family, the young man picked up a silver fork and plunged it into his own throat, ending his life. Naturally, there was an uproar. Goblets of wine crashed against the earth in rapid succession, as the people holding them fell to the ground and vomited or convulsed. The nun was the first target of their outrage. What she had claimed to be medicine had turned out to be blood, an unclean substance. The blood of a witch, no less. A servant of the church, a servant of the Lord, had given her followers blood to drink, and at this their indignation surged uncontrollably. The people surrounded her, tying her up and throwing her to the ground. As they prepared to inflict righteous justice upon her, the swordsman soared down the stairs and into the garden, plunging his blade into anyone standing near the nun. The cries of agony ringing through the church grounds were ear-splitting. It was no longer a place of God, but hell on earth. Hell built up by the hands of man, hell painted red with the blood of their brothers. The people armed themselves with anything they could find and went after the man. As much of a beast as he may have been, he stood little chance against such numbers. It was the fate of a beast to be exterminated by those he terrorized. And once he was gone, the nun had no one left to protect her. She too was consumed by their frenzy. All that remained was an inextinguishable inferno, hysteria and despair, madness and outrage, and no outlet for it. It was a revolt that made the slaves' uprising at the Lord's Manor look like a game. Eventually their rage found a new target, the Lord. It was only natural, for he was the true villain. He was the one who had given money and the witch's blood to the church. He was the one who had profited off of it. And above all, people often resented those who stood above them, particularly in times of unrest. The city resounded with cries for the Lord's head, and he looked down upon it all from the safety of the observation tower. He could do nothing but watch as his domain burned. I can only imagine how painful that must have been. But before long, having seemingly made his peace, he began descending the spiral staircase. He opened the door at the bottom, revealing himself to his people. But before the door had swung all the way open, before he had a chance to say his final words, someone ran a blade through his chest. With that, the raging furor mostly settled down, but it was hardly the end of the destruction. Mere days later, a plague befell the city. Dreadful black spots covered the flesh of the infected. They writhed in pain, screaming and vomiting blood. Ghastly howls echoed through the streets, as though the whole city had been possessed. It became a cursed land. In their diseased haze, the people muttered again and again, "We've been cursed by the witch." In less than a week, the entire city was dead. My body was left abandoned at the top of the observation tower, and as if to seal the curse away in their final days, the people shuttered all the windows, wrapping the house in darkness. It's possible that was no miracle either. You can easily explain what happened to them. Locked away for so long in that dirty tower, maybe I caught some kind of disease. And then when the people drank my blood, they too were infected. Hardly anything out of the ordinary about that. The first to die, the girl, had already been ill. The body merely chose the worst possible time to yield to her ailment. That's what I was going to say earlier too. The funny thing there is Nellie might have just died of her own disease. She might have seemed healthy for a bit, but then died. Mel went down and decided to reveal everything. And from then on, it's the same thing as a positive placebo. A negative placebo, they thought they'd drunk witch's blood, everything shattered. I'm a blow news. Where she drank that blood more than any of them. Yeah, that could have like contributed to it too, but it could have just been her disease.
The disease that actually took out everybody else seemed to be from the wine from like that day when she was so close to death. But yeah, it could well have been a curse anyway, because we know she stays attached to the house, so shit goes down. Science, yeah. She had some of the best luck and some of the worst luck. Like for Morgana, it almost seems like God was playing a fucking joke on her. The fact that every time somebody, like most of the times people drank her blood, they got better. And because of that, everyone decided she was a saint. And yet because of that, she got so cursed by it. And then things went wrong at the wrong times as well. Ugh. Poor girl.
Her body merely chose the worst possible time to yield to her ailment. That was all that had happened. Indeed, it was nothing more than a fluke, an improbable stroke of luck, an unbelievably unfortunate accident for the city and those three men, and an indescribably fortunate accident for myself. But I wish to believe it was a miracle, that even if my blood didn't have healing properties, and even if I wasn't a saint, my wish, my curse, was what caused that uprising. That was my miracle, granted to me by God or the devil. I choose to believe that, and that my miracle took on its true form thereafter.
Oh, God.
My curse had brought death upon the three men, but for whatever reason, my rancor was far from sated. They had died. So what? Death is but a transient agony. It's nothing compared to what I went through. So I made my next wish. I wished for their reconstruction. I wished eternal suffering on their souls. I wished to trap them in a never-ending cycle of pain and hatred. That was my wish for the flaxen-haired young man. He treasured his dear sister and he desired a quiet life. So I wished for him to have just that. And I wished for his dearly beloved sister to love him more than anything in the world. For his world to be destroyed by love gone too far. This was my wish for the beast-like man. He was conscious of his tendency for violence, and he yearned to be more human. So I had his inner beast toned up just a little. I saw to it that he would never be human, so he would never have the peace he so desired.
Fucking great.
My wish for the Lord was more straightforward. He seemed to have great affection for wealth and authority, so I ensured those were the only things he would ever have. Who needs love or friendship when you could be drowning in power? Once he had lost everything, his solitude would be his only companion. Wishes can come true, as long as you always hold fast. Never stop wishing. Never surrender. They can come true. Eternal suffering on all their souls. An endless cycle of reconstruction and unavoidable tragedy. Tell me, my dear, do you sympathize with me? Will you curse them with me? Will you take my hand and revile them with me?
No, I'm good, Morgana. I'm good. You're bringing a lot of people that have nothing to do with it. Like, why the fuck did you bring us two into it and try to make us like you? And why did you possibly bring the Saintess back in the form of Pauline? That's just sheer jealousy if that was the Saintess. If it wasn't the Saintess, that it's just a random woman who got drawn into it and tortured. Same for the white-haired girl every time. Plus, you know, it's been more than 1,000 years. And she got the 3 she wanted, so... God damn it.
This time, when my body crashed into the tower's stairs, I'm unable to make a noise. The obstruction is less mental and more physical. The excruciating pain. It's so intense I can't even make out a scream. My vision is distorted. My mind thick with fog. I feel like I'll fall into a bottomless pit if I loosen my grip on my consciousness even slightly. Through the haze, I see my own severed left arm. I feel like I'm about to have a button pressed too. They literally just told me, hey, if you let go of your consciousness for a second, you're gonna fuck up. Should have cursed the mother. Yeah, certainly should have.
I see my own severed left arm, reflected in a pool of blood. I see my face, large chunks of flesh peeled off. Look at you trying to crawl up those stairs like a worm. How pathetic. It's like I'm looking at my old self. I can barely form a coherent thought. I can't lament her inhumane fate, can't mourn for her, or be shocked by the revelation about the 3 men and her history with them. Pain. It fills every corner of my mind, every nook and cranny of my body. You figured it out by now, haven't you, my dear? You'll never make it to me. It's not possible. But it's not your fault. It's not because you're weak. There's simply no one who can bear this pain. You're allowed to give up, to rest. There's nothing wrong with that. The pain, crushing weight. It's miserable, isn't it? But all you have to do is turn back, and it'll all go away. The witch whispers her sweet temptations. You've put in a fine effort. There's no shame at all in throwing in the towel. Her voice is soft, gentle, pleasant, saccharine. Concede defeat. If I do, it'll all go away. The searing pain spreading from the stump of my left arm. The sensation of being perpetually drained of blood. The miserable solitude of staring at a door that never opens. The laughter I can hear through the window. My miserable wailing. And this maddening hatred. That's what I meant to do, my bad. I can end it all. That's right. It'll all be over. You have the power to make it stop. Make it all stop. But then you'd never see her, Michelle. No. I can't let that happen. No. I have to get her back at my side. I'll do anything to take her back, even if it means I end up 1,000 tiny scraps of meat. I will not give up on her for any reason. You won't, will you? Oh, such beautiful resolve. Willing to sacrifice yourself to save the girl. Like a hero of a legend. Or maybe a fairy tale prince. No. I am no hero. And I am no prince. I'm a human. An ordinary man. I don't have any extraordinary potential. I'm not a courageous leader or a charismatic general. I'm just a regular man, in love with a regular woman, who refuses to lose her. I don't need any other accomplishments. Only that. That's all I need, because I'm just a regular man. My one act of resistance. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter how much you cut me up. Nothing changes. What I have to do, I have to take her back and set her free of this mansion. Nothing else. And never will I back down on that. Arms or no, as long as I can move, I must push forward. I must make my way to the woman who waited for me for so long. Up to the top of the tower. Forward, ever onward. Dragging my bloody body,
Paying the pain no mind, I once more arrive at the top of the observation tower. I place my hand on the door, holding myself up with my lacerated right arm. Take a moment to catch my breath, then lift my head, gaze into the void, and shout her name. Morgana! I pity you. I truly do. You're a saint shackled with an unfathomable fate, and for that, I am enraged. As I felt your pain, as I watched your life, I too felt a burning hatred for those 3 men.
If you truly felt that way, then why can't you stay here with me? We're all dead anyway. We've reached our ends. Do you honestly think there's any more for us? There isn't. The end is the end. So what do you say the 3 of us? Me, you, and Giselle. Torture the 3 of them and everyone they cared about. Make them suffer here for all eternity. In this house. And that way, you and Giselle can be together forever too.
That's not an option.
Why not?
Because hatred only brings you pain.
Ah. Oh, that's brilliant. You spouting stupid platitudes at me. I can't believe my ears. Save your nonsense moralizing about how hatred does you no good. I won't hear it. I'm doing just fine on my own, dear. In fact, I've never been better. I feel wonderful. Did you think that would be enough to persuade me? Really? Ah, how disappointing. And here I thought you understood me.
Morgana, why don't you say what you really think?
Wait, oh, god damn it, they're all getting mixed up, sorry.
Why don't you say what you really think? Go right on ahead. Hate them as much as you want. But keep me and Giselle out of it. Why didn't you just say that?
I do feel bad. Truthfully. For all the time we spent together, never once did I ask you about your life. I was so focused on myself. And in the end, I pushed you away.
That you did. You wanted to be with Giselle, so you pushed me out.
I wish I had asked you sooner.
It wouldn't have changed anything, though. One puny man knowing what I went through would hardly be enough to erase the loathing I bear. It would have turned out the same regardless. There was nothing you could have done for me. There is nothing.
Still, I would like to apologize. Had I known what you carried in your heart, perhaps I could have chosen my words better. Instead of rejecting you, I could have chosen some other response. I cannot remain in this house, nor can I allow her to stay either. So I would like to apologize for both my past actions and my present.
Well, in that case, open the door, Michelle.
Oh, she's already dead in here, isn't she?
I take another moment to catch my breath, and then I gather my strength into the hand on the door. Blood seeps from my fingertips, slowly trickling down the rough surface. It reminds me of my death. I'm coming for you. I push open the door, praying that it will be the last, that beyond it lies light for Giselle, and if possible, that it might cast a bit of light on Morgana's heart as well.
This ain't right. Wait a minute. Am I getting another flashback? Morgana, you trickster. What the fuck is this shit?
Or, however, why am I in my bedroom? What I find behind the door is the last thing I expect. Oh.
Oh, this is like a remix of the opening song. Holy shit, this is powerful. As she appears from the shadows of my chambers, I can't conceal my surprise. Giselle? Is this another illusion, Morgana?
No, it's not. I'm the real me. Thank you for coming all the way here for me.
She's thanking me. So why isn't she smiling?
That was very kind and courageous of you, Michelle. I'm deeply moved you would have such compassion not only for her, but for someone like me. But do you know what else you are? You're a worm.
What is it this time, Morgana?
What do you say we pull back the curtain, my dear?
What curtain?
There's one detail that hasn't yet come to light. This isn't your first return to the mansion, is it? You've been back numerous times, each time not remembering her, and each time hurting her more.
He is the white-haired girl! Let's go. What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? Oh, you know good and well, my dear. Or do you honestly believe that all the other pieces were in their rightful places, and you alone were some exception?
I never...
Tell me, how was it, living in so many different eras, not knowing who you were, and playing with all the different men?
No. You're out of your mind. You make it sound like I was...
Not like, my dear. You are the white-haired girl.
Enough. How could anyone possibly confuse me with her?
To tell you the truth, I couldn't see you as anyone else. Your white hair, red eyes, porcelain skin, and your name. Tell me, what about you isn't the same?
We're not the same person.
I saw the letter.
What?
The one you had hidden.
No.
And you didn't think it was worth mentioning?
No. Giselle. I didn't mean...
You're exactly right, my dear Giselle. He deceived you. He kept a very important secret from you. Despite showing up before you multiple times, he cast you aside again and again.
No. No. It wasn't me. It wasn't...
It all makes sense now. Nothing you ever did was for me.
Giselle, I...
Go on, Giselle. Tell him exactly how you feel. Michelle.
Don't. Please don't. Don't say it. Not that. Please. I'm begging you. Oh. Stop. Please don't, Giselle.
Not actually.
Please. Don't say it.
A man at all.
Are you? Oh. Oh. Oh.
You're disgusting.
Wish you didn't hit him with the abomination.
You're the only one it could have been, my dear. The only one who could have been the white-haired girl.
The next moment, my whole world comes tumbling down. I could have borne anything,
Losing my arm, having my face torn off. Any amount of pain, I could have handled it. For you, I could have done it. But this, hearing those words, coming from your mouth, being rejected by you, that, I cannot. Those words, they bury me alive. And you're the one person I never wanted to hear them from.
Shit. So the letter did say the shit that his family had been saying continuously. Oh, here we go.
Let me just save right here too.
That's not her, is it? I don't think so. But at the same time, she might just be really fucking hurt. I don't think it's her. I think it's an illusion. But there's every chance that if Morgana just told her, by the way, the white-haired girl was him the entire time, she's hurt by the fact that he kept coming back and kept choosing other men, not paying attention to her. But that's all part of Morgana's curse anyway. I do think it's just a shade, but I wouldn't blame her if, having read that letter where her mom, where Michelle's mom, his mom, called him a woman, and then this etc., where he continuously came back as a girl and didn't give a shit about Giselle. Maybe Giselle's just so broken right now as well.
But we're gonna find out the painful way. When I learned my father Antonin...
Oh shit, yeah, no. I forgot that she called him disgusting as well. I don't think Giselle would do that. So yeah, I genuinely don't think that's Giselle. Not the disgusting bit. Referring to him as a woman, yeah, I'd get, but yeah, nah, that can't be her. No way in hell.
When I learned my father Antonin had passed, I wrote 2 letters. One to my brother and one to my mother. It was the first time I had found the courage to face my mother, to open up to her. I wanted to show her who I was, convince her that I wasn't cursed, so I could be myself when I returned to the capital with Giselle. Dear Mother, there's something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please hear me out, and I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, that I am Michelle, not Michelle. I have found someone whom I care for dearly, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much, simply to have a quiet life with her, to go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want. Mother, I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male, and I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I'm incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. Shortly after sending that letter, I was killed.
It was his mother, wasn't it? It was his mother who sent the men. Maybe, oh God. Would the mother even be able to send the men, or was it his brother? Did his mother convince him to send the men, or did he just not get there in time to save his brother Michel? Fuck this. Oh, it's getting so dark. Get out of here, Morgana. We don't need you anymore. We're getting enough suffering in Michelle's life.
I'm dragged down, against my will, into the darkness. Beneath me spreads my own past. My door. The door I swore never to open. But despite all my efforts to resist, the door sucks me in, into a world I never wanted to see again. A history I never wanted revealed. A past I never wanted anyone to see. Nonetheless, The door opens. The seventh door. Michelle's door. 1086. Just a little bit before 1099. 1086, 1099, 13 years before. Michelle was at least 14. He was 14 when he was out with his dad. So he had to have been at least 14 when he was sent away from his family home. But 13 years ago, he could be any age right now. He could be anywhere between like 10 and 15. Oh, he's a baby. Okay, he's straight up a baby now. Let's save this game. This is where we're stopping for the day. This is a brand new door. So we're about to actually finally learn about Michelle. The absolute truth. No more BS. My favorite door, door 7. This cliffhanger, there's always a cliffhanger, man. We got to the end of a door. I don't really call that a cliffhanger. That's the beginning of a new story. So, not really a cliffhanger. That was something. That was something. We learned Morgana's tale in very short version. We didn't really get to see as much of the pain of suffering she actually went through. Just the more gruesome points. Door 7 is best door. Oh, you guys actually mean it. Either way, you were saying, best door is in like, we're gonna suffer. This is gonna be suffering. We're starting with very religious songs. I'd imagine this is at a church. Fair enough. This is gonna be fun. Do we have a tiny peek at the door? No, because then it will be a cliffhanger. Right now, it's the beginning of a new chapter. Any more, turns into a cliffhanger. Just chatting. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Go to sleep. No peaks. Exactly. No peaks. You can check what happens if you pick other choices. And get... Oh. Not today. That is an interesting idea. Finding out what happens if you pick them wrong. If you pick them wrong, do you just get different endings where you get murdered? Interesting. I didn't even think about that. So is he trans or is he intersex that... Oh, when puberty kicked in, he started showing that he was always a man? Don't know yet. I'm thinking intersex. From what we know, from what other people, the way other people have described it. I think when he was born, they decided he was a girl. But when he went through puberty, as can happen, he started to actually show traits of being masculine. And he realized he was masculine and decided he was. Let me put on calm. Obviously, we're not going to know until next week. So for now, it's not really worth, like, theorizing. But the only thing that makes me think more intersex than trans is the fact that the person in the cabin, when he was talking about his condition, he said, oh, is it true you don't have a... Like, I think he was saying, like, is it true you don't have a, you know, manhood? And, like, that was one of the things that, like, got out about him as a baby, as a child. But we will see. We shall see. It's a twist to me. But yeah, we'll find out next week. Next week, we have time for one more before we take a break. Probably. Maybe I'll skip the Gaddon challenge and just do Fata Morgana next week. Regardless of his body, he's still our king. Exactly. Regardless of his body, he's Michel. He's Michel, the son of the Millennia family. He has told us that multiple times. That's all that matters. And the fact that Morgana kept bringing him back as a girl is so fucked up on so many levels because of that. No wonder he dissociated from the white-haired girl and refused to believe he was Michel in different memories. And we already saw, like, this is the truest trauma right here. He refused to go through this door beyond anything else. He was fine with every other thing being revealed about everything that happened with him and Giselle. But when it came to himself, like that portrait of the white-haired girl that he got given, pretty sure, yeah, that was his mother fucking with him. And possibly one of his brother or both of his brothers. Maybe that's what the painting was actually apologizing for. Maybe it wasn't for sending the soldiers and having them killed. Maybe that wasn't part of his problem. Maybe that was his mum killing them. But possibly, yeah, the brother was the one who was being asked to paint portraits of Michelle as a girl, as Michelle. It was the brother who was being told by the mother, oh, you could cure her, you know. You could cure your darling sister Michelle. Send her portraits to remind her of who she really is. Then she'll see she's really our darling daughter, your darling sister.
And maybe the brother went along with it, but then realized how fucked up that was too late. God. And maybe realized just how insane their mother was, after their mother would rather kill his brother Michel, than bring him home as a man. Yeah, I do think the mother sent the knights to kill him now. I think that's going to be like a fitting conclusion for his story, as fucked up as it is. Yeah, so we haven't got any confirmations for anything yet, but that feels like a story that would suit this fucked up timeline. Maybe Michel split into two. I think it's just that, like, he refused to be considered Michel the girl. Like, he saw in himself, he was Michel, the young son of the Bolinier estate, the youngest son. He refused to be anything else. So when he came back as Michel in a girl's body, probably just every time he refused to remember his past life, because if he remembered that past life, being reborn in an actually female body would destroy him. It takes away everything that he was in the past life, everything that he fought so hard against. And in which case, I don't know if it was like... It has to have been his mother that called him an abomination, right? No. Well, the voice in his head said, as if I would possibly like you. So it could have been a different woman, but I feel like it was the mother. Maybe she was just saying, like, literally, I can't like you as a son, I'll only like you as a daughter. And then continuously sending him portraits of himself as a girl and, like, telling him, yeah, sure, you can come home. When you admit to it. Oh, God. Or the bro's fiance. It could have been the bro's fiance. Wasn't it a young female voice? I don't think they described the female voice. I might have been wrong about it. But yeah, earlier on I said, oh, it must have been Amy who called him disgusting and an abomination, but I'm not sure if he would ever confess to his brother's fiance. That's kind of fucked up. Maybe though. Maybe. That crushed his self-identity. Yeah. Can't be Amy, right? I guess it could, but it would just be kind of fucked up if he did confess to his brother's fiance and had to have her be like, ew, as if I would ever like you. You're disgusting. An abomination. I can't remember the exact lines the girl actually used, but it was something along the lines of like, as if I could ever like you kind of thing. And I thought it was like a confession being turned down because he heard those words in his head when he was speaking to Giselle and when he was thinking about Giselle as a woman. But if it's his mother, it just makes more sense to me that his mother put all of that disgusting shit into his head. Don't really know the extent of how much felt towards that fiance. Yeah, but also just more than that. I mean, it depends on how young he was, but goddamn, doing anything like that to your brother's fiance is just like a step above fucked up. Shell is way too brave for his own good. Goddamn. He was willing to face everything Morgana faced. Being tortured, being bled, having parts of his own face falling off, having an arm chopped off, slowly rotting to death through sepsis and blood loss. And the one thing that he couldn't take was seeing Giselle, the woman he loved, tell him he wasn't a man and say that he wasn't actually a man. That broke him so much more than any other physical pain could. The emotional trauma that he'd been through throughout his life was stronger than all of that death and pain and suffering that Morgana went through. God damn. This is going to be a painful door. This is going to be a really painful door. And still, remember the fact, I called this out like earlier on, the fact that he said he wasn't always alone in this mansion and that mother had sent people. Oh God, I'm still terrified that the mother would have kept sending men his way and was trying to send men to essentially tell him, oh no, you're a beautiful woman, I'd have you. And what the fuck did that do to his fucking mentality? God fucking damn it. Maybe that's why they ended up getting portraits Michelle was being told, oh hey, by the way, this is what we're sending off to people to try and get you married off to some man. We're sending off portraits of you like this. This is you. This is how everybody else sees you. the daughter of the Millennia family. And so he had like matchmaking sessions while he was being kept in this piece of shit used to be church evil fucking mansion. Oh, god damn it. Michelle's door is going to be wild. Michelle's door is going to be suffering. And I just don't know if I want to try to slide it in next week or just wait another week or so to deal with it. Is there much beyond Michelle's door is my next question. I feel like Michelle's door would be a... Like, I just don't know. Is the next one going to be like the finale for Fata Morgana? Or is it going to be like the second finale? Do what's best, pain everywhere? Could we do a poll? No, because it's my decision, Sarah. I'm just not sure yet. I'm not sure if this is a good waiting place or if we want to finish door 7. It could be door 7 just like leads immediately into like serious drama. This is actually, although people were calling it a cliffhanger, like this is a perfect ending. Yes, we know Giselle's been kidnapped and Morgana's still fucking with him, but it's beginning a brand new story right now. There's still door 8. Oh, it was close to the end. I believe there's more. I was more asking anyone who'd actually like finished the game, but if there's no one here, that's fine. The fact that he did get involved with men as the white-haired girl, yeah. Another reason he'd want to dissociate from that shit and refuse to believe that was him. He almost had sex with Mel. He probably did have sex with Jacopo multiple times. They were married. They were probably... Yeah. Probably not as the bestia white-haired girl at least, but we don't know what she had to go through before she even got there. So yeah, that's... I mean, he can't... He didn't have his memories as Michelle, so he was just born as a woman in that life. But yeah, the fact that he had been born as a woman that many times and lived life as a woman, and then, yeah, being forced to remember that as Michelle, who fought so hard to keep his identity as a man, yeah, that's gonna fuck with him. No wonder he's just like, no, I refuse, I'm a man, I'm Michelle. And is just trying to absolutely escape from all of that shit. What? I think door 7 will take you 3 streams to finish, but I recommend to finish it in 2. The story is really good. Okay, so door 7 is quite long. Quite long. Recommend to finish it. So yeah, we probably should just take the break after next week. We shouldn't like start and be in the middle of door 7 when we take a week break. That'd probably be painful. And that works out with what we were going to do, because I'm probably going to take a break from Tuesday. So we're only going to have 2 streams next week. Door 8's even longer than door 7. God damn, we're going to be streaming this for ages. Okay, that's good. I like Fata Morgana. Door 7 endurance stream. How dare. Time to recover from all this shit? Yeah. And then suffer again. It's just missing 1 week of the storyline anyway. It's not like I'm going to be on holiday for more than... it'll be like 1 week to like 9 days maximum. But yeah, we'll get back to it before we have Zelda week. And even like, yeah, if I do Zelda week, it's not going to be a whole week. I'll make sure I slip some Fata Morgana in there. This is such a good story. This is such a fucked up story. I got so concerned so many times when we were going through Morgana's story. I fucking cried when they were talking about the fucking Lord, like, draining her bit by bit, continuously just bleeding her and putting it in cups and giving it out to people. That shit was bad enough for me. But the amount of times they worded things in such a way that I was like, you better not touch the little girl, you better not touch the little, don't touch the little girl. When she was 9 and 12, oh my fucking god. And yeah, I can see why she made the women around them suffer as well, because there was like definitely a little bit of jealousy there. And maybe that's why she's trying to break Michelle and Giselle apart too, is this whole idea that feel bad for me, don't put your love for her over me, feel bad for me instead. You've experienced my kind of pain, it should break you, we should just curse them all together. It's so painful and I'm still crying. Yeah, and can I even talk about that? I mean, it's a spoiler that I read in the middle of chat. I won't talk about it, but the spoiler that somebody dropped in chat makes it, it's got to be even more sad at some point. I feel like there's more to the Lord. How is his past childhood shown in D3? Oh, door 3? Door 3 even relevant to the narrative? Just literally what she said about the curse, I guess. The fact that she made sure he was obsessed with nothing but wealth, but then also sent him the white-haired girl that he fell in love with. So he ended up having all the wealth he wanted in the world, but he thought he also had a childhood friend with him and a woman that he loved. But then he ended up being betrayed by the childhood friend who wanted to kill him, shot in the gut, and then the white-haired girl who he fell in love with went insane and thought that she had betrayed him and ran away, and he ended up dying old and alone with nobody to care about, but still with money and power. She let him have money and power and just reminded him how much that was useless. He got a pretty painless death compared to some of the other people as well. That poor saintess. The poor saintess ended up actually burned at the stake. She got treated like a witch. That's the craziest thing. Morgana's all like, oh no, they treated me as a witch even though I was the saint. Even though, yeah, that poor saintess who did nothing wrong, didn't know what the fuck was going on, ended up tied up, and they described the fact that when all was left, there was just a flame. So yeah, they must have burned her at the stake as a witch. God damn. Wonder what Jacopo wanted to do or say to Morgana earlier when he said he wanted to come with Michelle to the tower. Eh? What Jacopo wanted to do or say to Morgana when he said he wanted to come with Michelle to the tower. Oh yeah, there was that. Perhaps, maybe the reason Jacopo was so sane is he didn't remember any of his life as Jacopo or... Wait. But Mel was talking... Oh! Mel was talking about his sister, but he didn't say Nelly. Did he? But either way, he didn't mention the white-haired girl at all. Jacopo had a gun, though. Okay, so no, yeah. I was about to say maybe they didn't remember their second lives. Maybe they only remembered their first lives. But no, they definitely remembered their second lives, too. Mel should have also remembered, like, the Rose Garden. He didn't freak out about being in the Rose Garden. His sister was flaxen hair? But I was going to say maybe Yukimasa didn't actually remember being Yukimasa. Maybe he only remembered his first life. And he wanted to, like, I don't know. Oh, no, wait, it was Jacopo who wanted to see her. Shit. Fuck, that doesn't work either. I'm so confused. She has to what? I don't know. Has to let me go. Has to... I don't know. I mean, he might have even thought that Giselle was Morgana, honestly. He talked about, like, going to talk to the witch, but he didn't... Like, he literally had a conversation with Giselle, the maid, where the maid had already decided she was the witch Morgana. She was already telling him at the end of Jacopo's life that yes, she was the witch. So who knows? Maybe he just wanted to talk to his maid again. Mel reacted to Michelle's name. So he knew of Whitehead Girl. Oh shit, he did. He just didn't care about her. He cared more about his sister. So that was Mel the reincarnated. Piece of shit, man. Anyway, got them in their reincarnations because more suffering. Yeah, she did give them some pretty perfect tragic ends at that point. Did exactly what she said she was going to do multiple times, of giving them like slithers of hope, little bits of happiness, and then destroying them. Jacopo's curse is his absolute lack of communication skills. No, I like his curse. I like the fact that, yeah, she was like, oh, you wanted redemption? You ended up working for the Saintess. You thought you could be human. Let me show you how much of a beast you are. Having everybody seeing him as a beast, having him like ultra sadistic in his lifetime, trying to cover it up, ending up killing anybody who actually saw him as a human, and taking away the white-haired girl as well. God damn. Morgana could have just been an author. She crafted perfect stories for these people. Yeah. She had a lot of time to think about how she wanted to punish them. In door one, white-haired girl rejected him in the end. Maybe that's why. I guess so. At least Jacopo still cared about white-haired girl. Yukimasa, who's to say? Yukimasa was barely himself anymore. He wasn't the bestia that we knew. He was the Yukimasa. Reconstruct suffering, always. Pain and suffering. She did good. Okay. Let me start reading on these super chats, because we got a few during this stream. Let me grab my comment grabber first. How long was that? 4 hours. Oh shit, it's been 4 hours. That's kind of wild as well. Didn't feel that long, but also a pretty short stream compared to what we normally do. Morgana's the best script writer. Hell yeah. Morgana, but wait, there's more. Holy shit. Oh, the name disappeared. Ciao, ciao. Thank you so much for donating 10 membership to the sheep pile. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Pain and suffering as it was a good time. Oh, and yeah, Nekare, thank you so much for that Morgana asset. I am going to add that to the description of the video later. Sorry, I forgot to use that at the beginning. I also have to add the Warlong asset by the time we get to Warlong next week. 4 hours, right? Flew by. Short stream copium. It was a pretty short stream. 4 hours isn't too bad. 4 hours is decent. 4 hours is respectable. Not endurance, that's for sure. Follow up to the super I sent earlier. Okay, let me find the earlier one. 1 second. From Alda, Atsufu. This was a wild ride and a half, and there's still more to come. So happy to hear how we have more Fata Morgana streams next week. Oh shit. Amazing VA today as well. I kind of cancelled that, sorry. A follow-up to the super I said earlier. In any case, all good. Looking forward to all the same, even if it's another week later. Yeah, that's the good thing at least. It will only be a week later if nothing else. But thank you for donating the food funds. I just don't want to like get halfway through. Like that'll be an actual cliffhanger. We get halfway through the Door 7 story and it's just like, by the way, taking a break next week and then we'll have 1 week back and then we'll have the Zelda week. So a little bit hard to balance. Don't worry, we can have 6 hours of Zatsu. I mean, we could. Probably not though. One shot Door 7 is too draining. Yeah. I mean, considering I was literally told it could be 3 streams worth, but I should probably try to aim for 2 streams. Probably going to be 2 pretty long streams anyway. Probably like 2 4 to 5 hour just pure talking streams followed by the Zatsudan. So it's good. Kyoto Mirio, who has done this twice now. Please read the rules in the description of the video down below. You are not allowed to request things of me for no reason. So no is my answer. Luther, MC traumas mostly started from their parents. Children born pure, but parents twisted them. So painful and disgusting. From Giselle broke my heart so much. Oh, and disgusting from Giselle broke my heart so much. Yeah, that's the only reason I'm 100% like, I don't think it's Giselle. Like, I think she would understand enough to not say disgusting. I think even like if she had just been like, you're not actually a man, are you? It'd be like, that could be Giselle because she just doesn't understand and she's confused and she's hurt by the fact that he came back as a woman multiple times and didn't notice her at all. Whereas, yeah, doing the whole disgusting, I don't feel like Giselle would go that way. Although if she did, I'm still not going to blame her, man. Like, honestly, she's been twisted and warped so much by Morgana at this point. Ugh. Anyway, your VA for Morgana make her seem both evil and pitiful. Yeah, I like it. Sometimes I forgot I was supposed to be like malicious and evil while reading some of her story because it just broke me down so much too. She really does seem like she's still the innocent child who's been corrupted by, yeah, her own parent, like you said. Her parent who told her she was a saint. She believed that up until the point she was like 12. And then she finally started to break free of it and realize, oh, I'm probably not a saint. But then, yeah, everything went bad anyway. Morgana suffered a lot. Yeah, she did. A shit ton. And only because she mostly wanted to help people. That's what I love about it too. She had that nice spot of human nature as well. She had that great spot of human nature where she was like, every time she started to think about other people, she saw herself as like a saint, pure, and these unpure masses around me, these sinners, these disgusting people. Yeah, like the fact that she was so human about that she had moments of being like, oh, but I'm a saint, I'm all above this. I look after the people and that makes me a better person. I'm God's child. I love that. I love that so much. Even in Morgana's like sad story, it's still like, she kind of like feeling herself a bit too much too. Like she believes she's a saint and because of it she does some really fucked up things. She's also like giving up her blood to help people and hurting herself really, really badly to help people. But she also has that little bit of pride, and pride is also a sin. Wandering far. Otsufufu. Always love this story so much. Hell yeah, this story is beautiful, even if it's disgusting and painful. Morgana gaslighted herself? Yeah, she did. It was interesting. It was an interesting story. And yes, I have heard of a Requiem for Innocence. I do not know if I'll be allowed to play it on stream. Definitely going to play it off stream if nothing else. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in running into that one as well. What was the bit that I saw? There was something that looked interesting. Michelle is a white-haired girl. The fourth door is... Wait. Which one was the fourth door? Oh, yeah, but it was a fantasy. It is, but it was a fantasy. Oh my god. Yeah, the fairy tale one. That's an interesting way to look at it. I'm gonna watch VODs of this later because I'm now interested in it. Although with some topics that were said here, I do sympathize. That's the great thing about this game. You can sympathize with just about every character. Every character has a lot of darkness in them, but they also have like moments that make you feel bad for them. That absolutely break your heart. You could maybe start door 7 and inflict max pain on the sheep file. That would be rude, man. Knowing there was going to be a break and just be like, yeah, let's dive into it. I know, right? Giselle as the maid couldn't bring herself to hate Michelle even after remembering everything. Yeah, and then she locked away that part of her brain and like just loved the white-haired girl. Which is another reason that I don't think she would call him disgusting. Because yeah, even in like her darkest time of like throwing away every other part of her memory, she created this great fantasy world where the white-haired girl was still someone she loved. She cared for the white-haired girl no matter what, even as the maid. She said that all that she remembered as the maid was her smile, but no matter what, in every timeline, even as the maid who didn't remember Michelle, she cared about the white-haired girl and saw her as like something innocent, something to be protected. She didn't read the letter though. The paper had blood and she couldn't read it. That we know of. It may have been something she locked her memory of, or Morgana may have told her afterwards, or yeah, that Giselle could have been in complete fiction. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Became one of my favorite series, thank you. Same for me. This is one of my favorite things to go through. My best boy still Jacopo. Cat in a pan. Really? Fair enough. There's no reason to dislike red flags here or there. Jacopo was an interesting character. I liked him in this one. This one where he just like almost shot Michelle in the head. Somehow managed to miss at point blank fucking range. I don't get that shit. In fact, yeah, that genuinely makes no sense. I wonder if that was because Michelle's technically a ghost now, or if it's because he suddenly recognized him as the white-haired girl and couldn't just kill him. Because one of the main things in door 3 was the fact that when, even after Maria had shot him in the fucking shoulder, he managed to like laugh at her and joke about the fact that she was so interested in taking revenge but never learned to shoot. And at the same distance, with a bullet already in his shoulder, he shot her right the fuck in the head. He has good aim with a gun. So I wonder if it is a thing of like, couldn't shoot Michelle quite literally because he's a ghost, or if it was like white hair from behind. Couldn't recognize who it was on the other side and just like, the gun just jolted. He couldn't bring himself to shoot what is the white-haired girl. Interesting. Cute. Cute. He might have on purpose. Thought he did a warning shot. He literally said, how did I miss? He said like that he missed, so Wonder who Maria represented? In that case, I don't think it was anyone from Morgana's past. It might have been. There might be more of Morgana's story to uncover. But for right now, I'm just thinking it was just another way to torture him a bit more. To have him be like, you have all the money and power in your life, but your best friend who you trusted was part of your destruction. Like the painting man, he probably seems to Michelle as a shadowy figure. Oh. That'd be interesting as well if they all see each other as shadowy figures. Yeah, Mel definitely didn't recognize that Michelle had white hair either. He was just like, but you're not like my Michelle. Only recognized by the name, right? Not the looks. Interesting. Interesting. I love Jacopo. Fair enough. Michelle. Oh, and a Michelle. Otsufu-chan. Another week of great voice acting from you. My heart clenched so many times while listening to this story. It was working, so I had to keep my cool. The story is so well written, and I'm so excited for the next door. Me too. The next door is going to be painful as fuck. and deep. Oh god, the amount of trigger warnings on that one. Thank you for donating the food funds, Michelle. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hope you have a wonderful evening and rest well. Grandpa Rhodes and Maria are linked in Morgana's time. That would be interesting. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe they'll expand on Morgana's story sometime in the future. And if they did, maybe there will be more souls that she's brought back to there to be, like, fucked around with. But we don't know yet. Grab some of these old ones. Iona DGM. I usually can't stand audiobooks, but I love this audiobook of House in Fata Morgana with voice acting and commentary, especially while I'm driving. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. Glad you're enjoying it. I love audiobooks. Surprised you don't like them, but I'm glad you're enjoying the streams. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you drove safely. And Chen Yujin, thank you so much for donating the food funds. There's no message, but I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Thank you for donating before we even started. Got the B shell. I hope Painting Brother is okay. I can't believe they silenced Painting Brother right before. Well, maybe they couldn't. Like they could. I guess they couldn't let the brother actually talk to Michelle. If he did, it would have already spoiled like some of Michelle's story. If Michelle found out who that was, but then he actually would have to apologize for his part in everything that happened. Yeah, there's a lot to go in there. Water gargle. I'm glad you liked the water gargle. You mean the vomiting moment or something else? Wait. Thank you for donating the food funds. Hope you have a lovely evening. Small Fox. Atsufu. The cruel, dirty side of human nature started all this. But TY for the stream. Didn't think I'd be this invested. Yeah. The dirty parts of human nature are what this story's all about. Especially when it comes to like crowds of people. The fact that the crowd like found out they were drinking quote unquote witch's blood and just decided to instantly murder anyone who had anything to do with it. And then they all fell sick too. Good for them. Good for them. Fuck them. Good on Morgana getting revenge. Painting Brother was dying or something. Dying. I think he was just being silenced. Morgana was like stripping him of his personality, corrupting him. Aviator, Atsufu Atsu. Do I for playing this game and helping me cope? Because if I play this myself, I would break. I was so terrified by Morgana's story. Hugs to every bar. Oh, thank you for donating the food funds. It was a very tragic story. There was a lot to unpack there. A lot of characters that deserved pain, and then a lot of other suffering shit. The drowning in blood moment. Yeah, that's what I figured it meant. Yeah, when I did like the vomiting sound. The drowning in blood. He actually threw up blood. So that's why I didn't like just gargle the water. I full on like spat it out. I let it fall out of my mouth in vomit mode. I thought that was a nice touch. Jinxia. Hi Fuchan. This is the second super chat in my life. I sent the first one to you for my birthday last year. Thank you for the great live stream every day, and please take care of yourself. Yo, and it's your birthday again? Holy crap. 2 super chats, 2 years. You've got your 13-month badge. Happy birthday again, Jinxia. That's so cute. God damn. I love seeing the 13-month member badge on top of that. Happy birthday. I hope you had a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being here for the whole 13 months. Have a wonderful evening. Very nice. Immersion was on point. Yeah. I saw some people in chat being like, oh, that's too immersive. Fuchan, no. And I was just like, yeah. Fuchan, yes. Get used to it. It's what I do. Satsuki Hoshimi, thank you for donating the food funds. Oh, look at this adorable Shiba Inu. Offering up a bone. Thank you for donating the food funds. You keep that bone. And Hope Schmidt, thank you for donating the food funds. Huge super. The message just says, so sad I missed the stream. It's no problem. Thank you for joining us at the end. I hope you have a wonderful time. And Rengor, thank you for donating. It's just a banana. I didn't even know you could have a banana super sticker. God, now I want to send one to shoot. But thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you have a good time. Interesting that Morgana the Witch embraces the fact she has no supernatural powers. Like her reasoning goes against her old saint identity. True. True. Back when she was a child, she was constantly like, I'm a saint, I'm a saint, I'm a saint. Oh God. I mean, maybe it came with the trauma. With the fact that she finally gave up being a saint, and then when she wanted to save someone, She decided she really did want to save the past Mel's little sister. She was like, oh, well, you know, I'm a saint. You could use my blood. And that started her. Yeah, every time she tried to help people, shit went wrong. And now she just tries to hurt people. So yeah, that really has turned from the opposite. She stopped saying she's a saint. She even denies that she's a witch. She's just a normal person. Which also carries on like the themes of the entirety house in Fata Morgana. I'm just a normal human, as in like humanity. Humanity's fucked up. Humanity sucks. Humanity has all these dark things. And Morgana is just a part of that too. She was just a girl until she went ahead and did her best to curse people. And the curse actually worked, whether it was from God or Satan. She didn't care at that point. She was just a girl, but she was given a miracle. God damn. Probably felt broken by it. Yeah. I don't blame her at all. I do not blame her at all. For all the fucked up shit she went through, she deserves some revenge. Those people deserve some suffering. That's great. Oh, man. And now she turns so dark now. That was so good. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I like her. I like her being so teasing and evil. Although, I would like her to leave Michelle and Giselle alone. They deserve happiness. Shimomi. Morgana had faith in generosity and glowed glory of humanity. Just like Giselle, both of them shined at a point, and Story decided to tear their innocence apart. Sudden thought of Yoshiko from No Longer Human. Oh, true. I think that's probably why Morgana has that, like, yeah, attachment to Michelle and Giselle. Giselle had that light about her, and she also had that fall from grace where she suddenly turned Michelle over. By the power of both of them, she feels a little attachment to them and thinks they could both be just another side of her. She's almost like kind of trying to create more versions of her to latch onto. More friends and convincing them they're the witch too. Isono. Bad Neo, stop stealing my supers, damn. That's the fluent sheepies, holy shit. I don't know how we survived all of that tragedy after tragedy. Probably the most upsetting playthrough so far. I'm not ready for door 7/8. Yeah, apparently door 7 is going to be even more painful. People are saying it's the best door, and for people who like this game, I can only imagine that means it's going to be the most painful door. Thank you for donating the food funds. I don't even know what's going to happen in door 8 in that point. Like, what could even be in door 8? Who can even be left at this point? I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to know. But yeah, it's interesting to know there's going to be a door 8, and door 7 is Michelle, and then we've dealt with Michelle and Morgana and everyone else. It was a bit of a... Moritengu, Atsufu-chan. Glad I caught up in part of this stream, even if it's just endless pain. I love the story and your amazing VA. Thank you so much, Moritengu. Yeah, it just keeps getting better. Darker, more fucked up, more twisted. It's great. It's so much fun. Do you think if Michelle didn't ignore Morgana, will Morgana still accept Giselle and Michelle together? I don't know. That's the thing. Like, he called her a witch a lot as well. Like, he continuously, like, yeah, listened to her voice in his head and was just like, oh, it's just the witch consuming me, talking to me, and yeah, ignoring her. And then Giselle actually properly listened to her and actually responded to her. Who knows? I think Giselle managed to give her the power to manifest herself and manifest her curse properly. I don't know for sure, but I think she was like already long gone by that point. She was still trying to do what she was doing. It's just Michelle wouldn't listen to her, so she couldn't latch on to him, and instead she latched on to Giselle after Michelle was gone. That's what I'm thinking. And why did she never try to talk to Giselle while Michelle was still around? She only talked to one person at once. Does she have like a master of the house kind of thing as well? Or is it that she hadn't? No, she'd been through a lot of trauma. It's just Morgana. Morgana do what Morgana do. Yume Serene. This is my first time being on the House of Fata Morgana stream. Not gonna lie, I didn't expect I would enjoy this genre. Also, Otsu voice acting. Thank you. That must have been really weird to jump into the middle of. Oh god, we're so far down this story now. There are so many things these characters have been through over multiple timelines. But thank you so much for donating the food funds, Yume Serene. I'm glad to hear that, and I hope you have a wonderful time. I'm glad you enjoyed this stream. There are trigger warnings. There are. But in this channel, it's like, ugh, you kind of have to look up trigger warnings for yourself is the general idea. I used to put up trigger warnings on things, and that seemed to invite people constantly jumping into chat and being like, oh, the trigger warning's coming up, by the way, the trigger warning. So it spoiled everything. Like, I used to give people a list of trigger warnings to try and help people with that. But then, yeah, it would just be chat who knew what the story was coming up being like, oh, trigger warning for like, a suicide. And it's like, oh, there's a suicide about to happen. Okay, I didn't need to know that. So it was just like, people can find trigger warnings for themselves. Like, yeah, if you come into like a mature, guided kind of game, kind of experience, yeah, you can find them yourself kind of thing. Because it did kind of ruin the experience when we were going through certain games and people would be like trying to warn other people early, but therefore spoiling it for anyone who just wanted to enjoy the story. Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. We're old enough to be responsible for our own media consumption? Yeah, essentially. I mean, I don't think any stream I do, even the Zeldatsudans, where it's like a cute little adorable game made by Nintendo. Let's be honest, I say off-color fucked up shit in them all the time. So, pretty much, if you've been on these kinds of streams at any time, like, I am my own trigger warning. Maltien, Otsufu-chan, the story is wonderful. And your AV, I can feel their pain. That being the wrong way around is really funny. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing that much. Your VA, I can feel their pain. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that. 4 hours went by really fast. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for joining us, Maltien. That's so sweet of you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Definitely not releasing an AV anytime soon, but I enjoy doing VA. VA is a lot of fun. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. Have a wonderful time. VA, I know, but that's why it's funny. I read it through first and I was like, how does AV turn into like voice? Oh, it's just backwards. And then I was like, oh, that's really funny. That's really funny. Chan, that's something you're not supposed to be telling us. I just said I'm not gonna do that. I did say anytime soon, so I'm not going to be doing an AV. I'll just, there. This is one of the best typos. Yeah, that was an amazing moment. Maru, thank you, Fu, for everything. Every character has their own tragedy and be brought out the worst part of their personality. There is no good or bad person in this story. Even if it's so painful, I still love Fata Morgana. That's the thing. And a lot of the time when they do have like darkness in them, it's caused by other people mistreating them. And so, yeah, there's also that kind of message that at least when we're all happy, when we're all treating each other well, we kind of like, well, no, even at Yukimasa's best moments, he was still killing people for the fun of it. There are some people that are worse than others. God damn it. But yeah, the general idea of the storyline, the fact that they keep bringing it up that they're just normal people. The townspeople who keep like murdering people. All these people who do horrible things seem so nice at some points. And then, yeah, that's just human nature sometimes. Anybody can be a piece of shit. The three guys are pretty awful. Yeah. Which one do you think is the worst? Is my next question. Maybe the Lord. I don't think the Lord had any redemption whatsoever. Mal was fucked up and a pussy and never actually swung the blade himself, but certainly betrayed his friend, called her a witch, and basically sold her. But at least he was doing so to try and save his sister. And at least he had the wherewithal to kill him fucking self. Maybe I shouldn't say that. That's a bit far. But then there's Yukimasa, who at least had like the redemptive feature of, yes, he was an inhumane, murderous son of a bitch who would cut down just about anyone for the fun of it. But then he seemed to have a redemptive moment of like, oh, hey, this woman, the saintess, she can't have her church taken away. I must protect her. She is holy. She likes people. I'm human. I can be human. But still was acting like a beast and a monster anyway. But then there's the Lord. The Lord had zero redemption. The Lord was just a piece of shit who wanted money, wealth, and power. And did some horrible, horrible things to the people around him. Yeah. OOC, what happened? Belle was a true piece of shit. They were all pieces of shit. It was just like, who was the worst? No. No. Thank you for donating to the food funds, though. What the fuck? Alda Atsufu. This was a wild ride and a half, and there's still more to come. So happy to hear we have more Fata Morgana. Oh, that's the one. That's the one that was like more to come next week. Sorry about that. Thank you for donating to the food funds. Now you know what happened? Yeah, I do. Miss Jerry Laureate. Fuchan, I love your amazing voice. Thank you for the stream. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my AV. I do my best with my AV. I keep it to the highest standard on my AV. Thank you for donating the food funds. Rest well and have a lovely evening, Miss Jerry Laureate. Jessica Winters. Being seen as and assigned as a different gender than his own would make him trans. Having a mix of sex characteristics too would also make him intersex. People can be both trans and intersex. Thank you for letting me know. I do not know all the terms. I also do not know what he is yet. We are doing a lot of theorizing so far, which is why I continuously say we do not know and we are theorizing. Because yes, this is a fictional story, and I don't want to hurt anyone who's watching this and saying essentially, oh, you're not using the proper terms, but it's a fictional story and I'm doing my best to not spoil myself while also being respectful to the content being very real in the real world. So yeah, for now, we don't know what's actually going on with Michelle. We will see what happens. But thank you for the explanation, Jessica Winters. Right now, we just have no clue. So we're theorizing out loud, and yeah, although that can seem hurtful, that's just what we're trying to do. We'll see what happens when it actually comes to light. Doing our best around here. It's gonna happen. Someone's gonna do it either way. It's just fair. Like, that was just a super chat just explaining that people can be both trans and intersex, and that's fair. That's fair. Atien, I want to find a hole to hide in like Mr. Saito. Yeah, just crawl in down there and cry our tears out. We shall find out. We shall find out just how sad it's going to be. Door 8. I still don't know what door 8 can be. Unless it's a completely different theory. I said he was Mr. Saito. Down where? Under there, where the llama worms live. I saw a lot of people mentioning llama worm while I was trying to be serious about poor Michelle climbing up the stairs covered in blood. And everybody was like, llama worm, he's a llama worm. And I was like, guys, he's lost an arm. He's crawling through blood right now while Morgana calls him a worm and laughs at him. How are you guys so chill? Sorry, I was trying to be funny. It was funny. It was just an interesting moment. God dang it. It's Giselle Brandon. She has the same kind of happy, uplifting feeling to her. So maybe. There's a thing called timing. Morgana said he was a worm, though. Yeah, she was doing it in like a sadistic way, though. The whole like, oh, you're nothing but a worm. For people to be like, yo, llama worm. Michelto. Oh, God. Another Saito has been born today. Jacopo solos all the protagonists. He probably could, honestly. Like, his sword skills are amazing. I wonder what type of sword he was using in his past as well. Wonder if he still had a katana, or because he was stabbing people at times. Like, he was pointing his sword against people. Interesting. Interesting. Although he did, oh no, wait, he did that even with a katana. I forgot about that. I forgot about the fact that he was like stabbing people with a katana somehow. Gun, you mean? Oh fuck, I did it again. I twisted my mind and thought Yukimasa. No, I'm sorry. Yukimasa can take out Jacopo. Jacopo has a gun, but I'm pretty sure Yukimasa could like get to him before he could draw the gun. Depends on how distant they were from each other, but Yukimasa's the beast. He'd probably get down on all fours and run along the ground like fucking Devilman Crybaby style. Yukimasa could solo most of the protagonists. Jacopo, nah. Besides, you take away his gun and what is he? Yukimasa would eat the gun. Plus, it's like a 1920s gun. Yeah, it's pretty bad, but the bullets weren't as bad back then. They didn't have like hollow points or anything. Unless he does manage to like get someone in the head or right in the heart. They have enough time to kill him before they bleed out. Just gotta hurt a lot. And someone like Bestia is just going to fight right through that pain. Us and Fata Morgana going to be trending after some months. Why would it be trending? Is something big happening? He's a swords master? Hell yeah. Kirito style. He can slice right through the bullets. I believe in that for him. Yukimasa has the bigger dog in him. He got that dog in him. He got a wolf in him. Let's be honest here. Jacopo just be talking shit. Jacopo does have the big dick energy. I'll give him that much. He does talk the part. Jump over to Streamlabs. Don't compare him to Kirito, though. That's cringe. That was the point. I find Yukimasa quite cringe. He stabs with a katana. He stabs with a katana. That's the problem for me. That's gonna be a whoa buddy for me. That's someone who doesn't know how to use a katana that's wielding a katana. Who's your favorite side character? There's been some interesting side characters. Depends on what you consider side characters too, because that means nobody from like the main reincarnation thing. I guess probably Maria. If Maria had looked better, she'd be my fucking queen. But instead, she's just a badass, sexy lady who does some crazy shit. Probably Maria. Maria was a fun side character. Maria's the only answer. You know what? I quite liked Nelly too. Fucked up as it is. Nelly did what she had to for love. Nelly put it all on the line for love. I respect that in a yandere kind of way. Maria was crazy. Most of them were crazy. Oh, somebody just said Grandpa Rhodes. Grandpa Rhodes is actually a nice, wholesome answer. Grandpa Rhodes was like one of the few good characters in the entire story that just genuinely wanted to be with his family and be comfortable. Nelly carried door one. Yes, she did. She made all the bad things happen. I'm scared of your philosophy, as you should be. As you should be. Okay. Let's grab this. From... Oh, again. Transane. Thank you so much for donating the food funds with no message. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and please rest well. Oh, and we just got a super chat. Thank you for the stream. I love your voice. It relaxes me. No problem, Ishan. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Please do rest well and take it easy. The slave man? Oh yeah, the slave man was quite nice too. Until he died. That was just unlucky, man. Bandits just showed up out of fucking nowhere. God damn it. And that, yeah, that fits Morgana's philosophy as well. She knows that sometimes it's better to have some actual moments of kindness before the pain. Like when she had first been sold by her mother and evil things were happening to her from the Lord, she was broken down and wanted to die, but she didn't feel like so much regret and longing. Meanwhile, once she actually had that happy time with the prostitutes and with the slave, yeah, that's when shit like really started to hurt her. And then when she met Mel, and Mel seemed like a nice person who didn't like act disgusted by her face and seemed nice, but then betrayed her. Yeah, she learned how to really hurt people and be cruel to them that way. Which is good. Good for her. Tortured them pretty good. And Slingblade. Oh my god, thank you for the huge donation. Just test. Why does it just say test? You okay, Slingblade? I can definitely see your message if you were testing. Thank you so much for donating the food funds with the huge Aka donation. And I hope you have a wonderful evening. Still wonder how his bro got stuck in a painting. Yeah, I feel like that has to come at the end of door 7, right? Or maybe that'll be door 8. Maybe door 8 will be like an amalgamation of everything else that's happened to the house between the things that we've seen. But I'd imagine door 7, with it being like the beginning of Michelle's story, but then also continuing, it might, yeah, continue to like post him and Giselle dying. It might continue to like when the brother shows up or what else happens. Who knows? Baby bro, I'm stuck in a painting. Oh, it's gonna be cute. Ototo, tasukete. Surprised the slave guy wasn't one of the 3 men. He seemed important at first. Yeah, and they really like confused. I am surprised she didn't go after her mother. Her mother was the first one to sell her, and was also the one who convinced everyone she was a saint and set her down that path. She didn't blame her mother, mysteriously, unless her mother's going to come up later. Jacopo or Michelle better protagonist? What? I mean, Jacopo ain't even slightly a protagonist. Jacopo, kind of a dick. Kind of ruined everything, even if he was guided by Maria and like locked into it from, yeah, other shit. Maybe she Fulgur. Yeah, maybe it's because she only knew her mother for 9 years. So it didn't really matter to her as much as some of the other formative things in her life. The people who seemed nice and then betrayed her. The chum be like, I don't understand with Jacopo stands. Nah, he has nice hair though. I'll give him that. He has nice hair. And I like the voice I gave him. The voice I gave him's a fun one to do at least. Cave pancake roll. I got an award yesterday. I won't say for what since it's very personal, but I wanted to share an accomplishment with you for my creative writing hobby. I feel like I know what the award was for. Hope you have a great day. Eat good food. Drink water, food, and confidants. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you so much for donating the Food Funds K. Congratulations on the award. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you celebrate in some way as well. Make sure you treat yourself as well. Pauline or Javi, who was better in door 2? I mean, they were both just kind of innocent people, you know? It's just like... Pauline was like sweet to a fault, didn't understand what was up with Yukimasa, still tried to approach him even after she'd already been stabbed once or sliced once. Poor girl. Harvey then led the... no, Pauline was better. Harvey ended up being a piece of shit. Like, filled with vengeance, they came back to that tower eventually and ended up killing the white-haired girl as a mob. Remember that. Remember that fact. Harvey was a sad child who had lost his parents, was full of resentment for it, and just seemed kind of innocent and sad. But then after Pauline was killed, he rounded up all the people from the town, went in and decided, oh, anyone who would live in this building must be a witch. Let's kill the witch. And absolutely destroyed the white-haired girl who was just pure, innocent, blind girl doing nothing. Cycles of burning revenge? Yeah. And frankly, because of that, I'm glad they all died. I'm glad Bestia got rid of all of them before he eventually died too. She didn't deserve that. Naked Egg. Thank you, Fuchan. Thanks to the production team of the house in Fata Morgana. Thank you, everybody. I have a really great time in these streams. Aw, thank you so much, Bacon Egg. I loved them too. Always a great time. So thank you for donating the food funds. Please rest well and have a lovely evening. Nothing personal is that line that makes me want to punch my phone. Yeah. Harvey was better written than Pauline if we ignore the parts in which she was being carried by narrative. Yeah, she was too innocent and too pure, but I mean, people didn't ask like who was better written. They asked who was better, and I took that to assume like morally more than anything. Harvey, yeah, just same thing as all like the random stock characters in the world that are just like, oh, they seem like a nice person, and then something bad happens to them and they're like, burn the witch. Like Harvey is just another one of those. Pauline was just generally a sweet little girl who fell in love with the wrong person, chased him across the world, found him. It would have been a beautiful fairy tale romance if he hadn't had amnesia. Like Amadei. Amadei's nut. Yeah, but yeah, Harvey kind of like Amadei. The Jacopo ex white-haired girl scene in the shop scene was nice. The Jacopo's still a douche. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a curse that Morgana put on him, essentially. She made it sure that he would always only crave money and power, and that's all he would ever have. He'd never actually have love. So even though he loved white-haired girl, he could never explain his feelings properly, and then also he had Mario like whispering in his ear and telling him that he was being cheated on and all sorts of other things, and yeah, he brought a lot of his pain on himself, essentially. You're gonna make for that, you're gonna make more D's Nuts jokes. Hope you're happy. Fine, bring it on. That's fine. Is there any side character you can think of that can rival Maria? All right, now I went through like the different doors and I can't think of one, because mainly it's just like the same bunch over and over again. Maid, white-haired girl, one of the guys, a couple of other characters that aren't really too deep to me, at least. Not to me, at least. Wop wop wah. Susie, good night, Fuchan. Thank you for streaming my favorite game. I hope you have a nice day. Can't wait for the next story. Me either. Door 7 is going to be wild. He can never be loved, but he wanted to know it. That's the sad thing, is she actually did love him, and he actually did love her, and if they just properly fucking talked, and he didn't trust Maria over his wife... Ezu-shao-sung. Otsufu-chan. You know what? Today is the 200th day of you being my Oshi. Been really busy lately, but your stream always brings me energy, and I'm looking forward to seeing your stream every day on my way home from work. Meeting you is definitely the happiest thing in my life. You're the sun that lights up my world. That's a bit much. That's very sweet, though. And the fact that you know it down to the day is kind of wild. Thank you for donating the food funds, Herzu Xiaoshang. I hope you continue to enjoy the streams in the future. Communication doesn't exist. It better exist. Can we consider White-Haired Girl as a different character than Morgana? But she would go pretty high. I'm considering White-Haired Girl as Michelle now. I mean, that hasn't been expressly stated, but it's been like 95% confirmed, I would say. But yeah, to me, White-Haired Girl isn't a side character. She's just Michelle being reincarnated again. Antonin or Lord, who is the most hated? Antonin. No, oh god, that's a tough one. They're both disgusting in their own ways. Both of them. You know what? At some point, there's just a place where it's not a question of, like, who's more evil. It just gets to a certain point where it's like 100%. Just, like, end them. Just end them. Just put them in a fire. Let God deal with them. Let God deal with them. That's just like, yeah. I don't need to judge. It's just get them out of my existence. Bleh, bleh. Tiffany. Oh my god, just an evil laugh. Thank you for donating the food funds, Tiffany. It just looks like a Morgana kind of laugh, but then with a cute cow emoji, which makes it somehow more sinister. Let me show you guys this creepy cow emoji, which may or may not be threatening. That's the cow emoji. Algernon, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Just a super sticker. Little adorable Shiba Inu. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a wonderful evening. It's so cute. It's next to an evil laugh, though. It's next to a he kind of Morgana laugh. So how am I supposed to take that? Its eyes are menacing. Thank you. If the Giselle in the bedroom was fake, then the white girl being him could be a lie. It 100% could be, but here's the thing. It fits my theory from forever ago. You need to understand confirmation bias. If I'm right, if Michelle is the white-haired girl, then I was right like months ago, and that makes me feel good. So I'm deciding that that is correct. And if I end up being completely wrong, then it's just another one. It's like the freaking me being like, oh, she is Morgana. The maid is Morgana. And then the game like using that against me later on and being like, oh no, that was just Morgana fucking with Giselle herself. And it was like, oh, I mean, that's why I had that theory. The game like used it against me and said, hey, that was kind of like too easy. So yeah, if they do that whole thing with Michelle being the white-haired girl again, I'll just be like, yeah, they played me like a fiddle. The writing is just too good. They knew exactly what I was going to think, and they didn't reveal it immediately, and then they fake revealed it, and then it turned out it was real. That could be a thing. We'll find out. And Keenan, thank you for donating the food funds. No message at all, but I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for joining the stream. Please rest well and have a lovely evening. But you have like 100 theories? That's the secret. Everything is one of my theories. The world was created upon my theories. Therefore, I am always right. Just like a saint. Just like a saint. It took you by surprise? Sometimes. Sometimes. Yume Haya, TY for the stream, fool? Oh my god, I swear, my class always starts right at the worst moment and I'm too invested to turn off the stream. I'm gonna be irresponsible and listen during class. Your VA as always was absolutely amazing and have a good rest of your day. Thank you for donating the food fund, Yume Haya, but the VODs will always be there. You could always come back, like mark your time and you could always come back to the VODs. But thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. And I hope I didn't ruin your studying, because that would not be great. Theory crafting is a theory it's itself? Yeah, it is. You're the child of God. Ah! God, Satan, either one works. Honestly, yeah, I'm on that Morgana shit. If it's a miracle, it's a miracle. I don't care where it came from. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. I could just be that. Ren lost set. Atsufu-chan. Evil really is made and not born. How even the purest of souls can be turned into a monster under enough darkness. Pain just keeps coming. I can't wait to see the rest. Have a good rest of the day, Fu-chan, and every bar. Keep in mind, in a lot of these cases, it wasn't even much darkness. Like for the townspeople, it was just, oh no, a lord found us and now we have to work. It must all be Giselle's fault. Let's turn her into a slave. Oh god. There was a lot of cases as such. What was the big push for Nelly? Just the fact that her brother was moving on and falling in love with other people. The delusions you have, I love. I mean, obviously it's a joke, but it's part of the fun. I agree about Michelle being white-haired girl because they met Michelle, said he thought about Mel was familiar, but didn't know him or just didn't remember knowing Mel? Well, we'll find out in time anyway. It was a theory that I had for a long time because there were a bunch of like little pieces that suggested it. Plus, yeah, it would be very fucked up of Morgana to do that. We shall see. Giannis. So happy to see a lot of new faces gather in pre-chat. Said they are here for Fata Morgana. I love this game and I'll use my life to recommend this game to everyone I know. You waifu and everyone please go stalk the genius who wrote this masterpiece. Yeah, they're really incredibly nice. They have a Twitter and they're constantly tweeting out about their other projects and stuff. But yeah, go follow the writer. Hopefully the artist will be more active in the future. Their art is so beautiful as well. God damn. But yeah, nice people to follow on Twitter and just see. Thank you for donating the food funds, Giannis. And Miu, thank you for the huge donation. Thank you for the stream, Atsufu. I had a good day and rested well. Oh, have a good day and rest well. I read that wrong. Reverse. Oh god, I went the wrong way. Reverse Uno. You have a wonderful day and rest well. Thank you so much for being here for the stream. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you have a lovely evening from here on out. Thank you for joining us. Just woke up and it's ending. Yeah, we're coming close to the end now. I think it's because she doesn't want to admit it. In fact, and then it cuts off. We'll find out. This is the thing. Theorizing is just part of the fun. If anybody takes theories too seriously or gets too stuck on them, they're just silly about it. Like, that's the thing. I'm like, oh, that could be my theory. I'm not like, haha, my theory. It has to be right. I said it. I saw the pieces coming in. Yeah, that's just dumb. Just enjoy it when it happens. You may hire. There was a quiz, but it's all good. Oh no. And I know about the VOD, but I'm impatient. I must know now. But the gameplay ended right after. Okay, that worked out pretty good then. At least it wasn't too bad. You weren't watching throughout the entire thing. Good luck on the quiz, or I guess I hope you did well on the quiz if it's already happened. Good luck. Just hoping for 8, it's salvation. I want a happy ending. Ah, if only. They keep basically telling us, hey, it ain't fiction. There is no happy endings in fiction. There is no, like, fairy tale endings. It's just going to be more pain and suffering. But then hopefully they'll meet in modern days. That'd be a good ending. Especially since oh god, I'm so glad we got that bad ending on the way. We got that bad ending and it was like, hey, by the way, they're in the, like, modern times now, running around Europe and shit. That shit's wild. And Almond Pocky. Ah, regularly scheduled suffering. It's insane how this story just keeps going and keeps escalating. Taking so much emotional damage, and thank you for narration and VA. Really enhances the atmosphere. Atsufu-chan. Thank you so much, Almond Pocky. Thank you for the huge donation. I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it. I always love these streams as well. So it is a blessing. Thank you so much. Manifesting door 7 to be the most happy. It won't be. That's Michelle's past. We've already seen Michelle's ending was a horrific, painful stroke of fate. But yeah, no matter what's going to happen to Michelle, we know it's pain when he was a child too. The suffering is going to be so fucking real. It's in book form. I wonder how many books Fata Morgana is. Good question. It's very long visual novel style. I'd imagine it could be like one big huge book or maybe like 2 smaller books. They could probably make a book out of like the first 3 doors and then a book that's like after that. Everything after that. But then, maybe like the first 5 doors. Maybe up to like door 6. I don't know. Yeah, door 4. Door 4 was the fictional one. First 4 doors, they'd call that like the, I don't know. Something that means fake. Maybe they'd call that the Fata Morgana. The house in Fata Morgana. And then the house in Revelation. I don't know. I don't know. As long as Umineko. I have no idea how long Umineko is. Everybody always brings up Umineko. I just know that that one is huge as well. I don't know which one's actually longer. Akari. Please don't read. Okay. Thank you for donating the food funds though. I'm glad to hear that, and I hope things get better in the future. Thank you so much for donating the food funds, and I hope you continue to enjoy the streams. Thank you so much for being here. Rest well, take it easy, and have a lovely time. Umineko is way longer. That's pretty much what I figured was going to be up. From what I've heard about Umineko, like, yeah, it's like one of those ones that you put like 300 hours in. I think there's a light novel. Yeah, Umineko has a light novel as well as the anime. Oh my god. There's a manga as well. God damn, I'm not reading that either. Just not happening. Just too long for me. I'm good. This was a long enough story. Oh, Fata Morgana has a light novel and manga. Wait, really? Has it been translated? Because I would really like the novel. What the fuck? I vaguely knew there was a manga, but does it cover the whole story? Holy crap. The manga only covers up to door 5. Damn. Does the light novel finish? Does have manga translation? Interesting. Interesting. Fata Morgana manga. Fata Morgana no yo nakata. Anata no gentin ni naru. Interesting. Volumes 5. Oh, okay. Getting away from that. Spoilers, 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 spoilers. Oh, there's no spoilers from art. There was a spoiler from the character list. But it's fine. I will erase that from my memory. Okay. Back to my things. Blah, 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 blah. Step. This game is too long for me to catch up on all the VODs, but it doesn't stop me from enjoying how much passion you put into the VA. Even listening to you talk about the story just makes me happy. Thank you and Otsu. Thank you so much, Step. That's very sweet of you. Glad you enjoy it, even though, yeah, you don't fully know what's going on. I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, the VODs will always be there at least, so people can go back if they need to. Thank you for donating the food fund, Step, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. Have a wonderful evening. And no, thank you for donating the food fund, Suna. Even though the message is just hope these reach you. Have a good day, Borg, but D's is spelled D-E-E-Z, so terrible. You're lucky I don't have a chancla. I do have this. Bad. Bad. Bad sheep. Be moist. Joyce Lear. Morgana's story really got me lots of emotional damage today. Heartbroken with her past, and I understand why she became a cursed witch. But Chan's VA let me get more in depth with the story too. Otsu and can't wait for the next stream. Thank you for donating the food funds, Joyce Lear. Got him, nice job. That wasn't even a D's nuts joke, it was just a D's, but it's enough for a spray. Did that spray say education? Yeah. It says education for the better in sheep. It's to train sheep. It's the same way I train my cats. That's not even true. I don't spray the cats. They do fine. They do fine. They do what they do. But yeah. To train sheep, we spray them in the face with water. Wet wool. That shit gets heavy. Thank you for donating the food funds, Joyce Lear. And Ksenia, the final one. Thank you for the big donation. There's no message on it or but thank you so much for joining the stream. Thank you for donating the food funds, Ksenia. I hope you have a wonderful evening. And thank you for joining us. You bully cat and cat with the water? I mean, I just said I didn't. But I mean, I know that's a thing that some people do to cats. They don't really do anything wrong. They occasionally, like... Actually, there is one thing they do. Cat and cat will both, like, explore, like, up on top of desks and tables and shit, and they'll knock down things, which then dog will go running over and chew. Like sometimes they've knocked down like a couple of like envelopes and stuff, and dog has been like, hey, that's not supposed to be there, and like chewed it up or ripped it up. They've knocked down pens, and he'll like think that it's a chew toy that's been pushed around, so that he'll eat that. Yeah, they'll just knock things off of like high places, and dog will come running over and be like, ooh, someone must have thrown this from me. It's a toy. It's mine now. They work together now? Yeah. It's very much a sibling relationship. Like, I know there are some siblings that do that kind of shit as well, where it's like siblings will work together to get to places they shouldn't be able to reach, like on top of each other's shoulders or backs or shit. Get to like the cookie jar or shit. It's like that. Pets entertain themselves? Yes. Ah, that's dangerous. Dog might swallow something. Thankfully, he's been smart enough not to so far. But yeah, it could be a problem. Cats are dangerous. Cats are like my toy to play with until dog comes over, and then it's his. Then it's his. They don't fuck around with him when he decides he wants something. They are tiny, insignificant. Okay, we're caught up on Streamlabs, we're caught up on Super Chats. Now we can just chat for a little bit. Some people put tinfoil on top of counters because of that. I think I should just put cucumbers everywhere. That freaks out cats, right? They'd go rotten though. That's the problem. Tinfoil is actually a good idea, because yeah, I'd imagine that would scare the shit out of them. They'd jump up and just everything that they stepped on would be like shh, 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 sounds, and they'd freak out. That's great. That's great. Yo, that's a good way to educate cats. So you're saying you haven't fully cat-proofed your house? You're damn well right I haven't. You're damn well right I haven't. They're fine though. Like I said, they only knock down things like once every 2-3 weeks. It's no big deal. Cucumber. I love the cucumber videos. And the videos where people just drop like slices of cheese on people's faces. That's pretty funny too. Tinfoil works. It looks ridiculous. Yeah, I'd imagine. Just some scrumpled up tinfoil. God damn. What about a cucumber wrapped in tinfoil? That would go back to the rotting problem. But yeah, that would be double the scare. My cat's favorite snack is cucumbers. I didn't even know cats could eat cucumbers. That's wild. Every time I look at chat. Whatever. My cat plays with tinfoil. I love the craft single throwing vids too. Yeah. Yeah. Putting it on a cat's face and seeing the cat like crumple backwards into itself, try to like move left and right, but it sticks to their face. That's great. The cats, if you say no, they just run or do the thing faster. Mine aren't actually like that too much. They're normally pretty good. Like if I catch them on the tables, I just have to look at them and they freak out and jump down. Like that's just it. They know what they're doing is wrong because I've said like, no. And I hiss at them. If they're doing something wrong and I see it and I'm just like, that freaks them the fuck out. That gets them away from anything. Uchan, if you hated cats, you got to. Will you buy an air fryer too next? Why? I have an oven. Why would I need an air fryer? It's literally the same thing. As if. You hiss cute. It freaks them out. It freaks them out. That's why their names are both cats, because cats is all they respond to. They meow when you say cats, and they run the hell away when you hiss at them. It's perfect. Snap my fingers and they know they've done wrong? Yeah. That's a good way to be like, hey, attention. Cat. Hissing at your cat's like a true cat owner. I don't know what you mean. You got a fridge though? I never said I disliked fridges though. Fridges are useful. Like, this is what people don't get. People decided I couldn't cook because I didn't have a fridge. I did not have a fridge because I disliked fridges or can't cook. It was just literally, I moved into this place and I was like, I have pretty much everything I need except for a fridge. I was hoping to move out of here pretty quickly. So I was like, why bother getting a fridge? And then I realized I was not locked into like a 4-year lease. And I was like, wow. I guess I'll be staying here for longer than I thought. I should probably get a fridge. One cat hissing to 2 other cats scenario. One cyborg hissing at 2 cats. Have they ever sandwiched you with cuddles? No. They're not very affectionate. Actually, one of them's kind of affectionate. The other one, not at all. One of them will come running over to try and get head scratches. Or even like stretch up her little body and like cling to things. The other one is just a full-on huntress. She just goes nuts running around all the time. Blah, 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 blah. People tend to stereotype livers too quickly. Ah, it's part of the fun, though. It is part of the fun, but yeah. It's just a funny coincidence that things like that happen. I bark at my dog, then he does weird stuff to get his attention. What? I don't know what that quite means. I bark at my dog too, though. Like when he's being a guard dog and barking for like way too long. Like he was never trained as a guard dog, but he just naturally, like, if there's anything going on in the neighborhood, will start barking. Because I mean, he's a Caucasian Shepherd. They were bred for like generations to be guard dogs. So it's what he do. But yeah, I'm fine with him barking for like 30 to 40 seconds or so. Once it starts to hit the minute point, I just start barking back at him. Like he'll be like, row, 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 row. I'll be like, row, 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 row. He'll be like, row, row, row. I'll be like, row, row, row. And then he'll just come look at me. He'll just come walking over to me and stare at me like, are you mocking me? Are you repeating me? Yeah, that always confuses him when I start doing the exact same barks as him. He's just like, what the hell is going on here? I'd make fun of my dogs. It's the best way. It's the best way. If you bark in the exact same way they bark, they just get so confused. They're like, are you okay, Human? What is wrong with you, Human? Do you need assistance, Human? Bark back at the neighbor's dogs. That's just a silly idea. Barking back at neighbor's dogs often makes them go more nuts. When it's the owner barking back at them, like, yeah, they'll come check what's up with the owner. When you bark back at a neighbor's dog, the neighbor's dog is like getting even angrier, probably. Like you barking at the neighbor's dog probably pisses off the neighbors so much. You have no idea. Oh my God. Bark back at the neighbors. See, that's fair. If your neighbors come over and start making noise, bark at them. That's a good way to do things. Bark to assert dominance. Exactly. My cat argues with me when I catch him being naughty. I love seeing videos like that. When you have like a cat fully going like, wow, 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 wow. Or it always seems to be like, in the dog world, it always seems to be like Shiba Inu or German Shepherd. No, Huskies that are like super vocal. And you'll have humans be like, come on, you're going to have a bath. And the dog's like, row, 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 row. It's great. It's great. My dog doesn't do that, unfortunately. Anytime I talk human language at my dog, he just like, he waits for a command. He knows I'm talking to him. He pays attention and waits for a command word. He will not like bark back at me or anything weird. A goose has been... What? A goose has been getting on the roof and waking my friend up at 6 a.m. Should I tell her to honk back at it? You should tell her to catch the goose. But that's a goose, man. I doubt honking back at it's going to do anything. But yeah, I mean, if that goose is coming back every day at 6 a.m., you bait a trap and you catch that goose and you have a good Christmas dinner. That's what you do. That's delicious. Geese are scary. Not if you catch them in a snare trap. Then they're pretty easy to deal with. You could try honking at it, though. That just sounds funny. It'll probably just wake up everybody else in the house, though. Honk at the goose. I thought that was going to turn into some sort of pun. When that, like, that sentence was being read in my head, I was like, oh, they're going to say something about telling it to honk off or something about, like, clown honking or something. I was waiting for it, but it turned out to just be genuinely a goose is getting on someone's roof. A goose is on the hoose. A goose is on the loose and it's on top of the hoose's roof. My brain can't take that. How was that a real scenario? My dog used to sigh the loudest seriously sigh when we would pretend to not know what she wanted. Aw. She just gives up on the humans. She's just like, oh, these humans suck. God damn it. My dog always wants to eat goose poop. My dog always wants to roll in it. But yeah, when we go to like one of the lakes that has like a lot of ducks or geese or whatever, their shit smells the worst. I don't know why. It's all liquidy, but my God, it smells freaking horrible. And he will always try to roll in it. So as soon as I smell that smell, I start like dragging him away. Anyway, that's a fun little fact. And then he goes swimming in the lake and then I have to bathe him. Because that water nasty. That's nasty. Why are you sniffing shit, Foo? You sniff shit wherever you go. I gotta tell you something. If you take one step out of your house, you are surrounded by so much feces. The world is a toilet for everything. So you're always smelling something shit. It just depends on what shit you're smelling and how bad it smells. How much the human nose can pick it up. But I'd rather not go out. Fair. That is a good move. Just never leave the house. And then you're only smelling your own shit occasionally. Anyway, on that fun note, that's where we're going to end the stream today. This turned into a weird conversation after our existential and like morality-based discussions around Fata Morgana. Thank you all for joining me. I had a lot of fun. Are we doing something tomorrow? We're doing Little Misfortune tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Little Misfortune at the same time, 10 a.m. EST, and then I'll be taking a day off. So that sounds good. I end with the poop fact. We hit a blood fact in the middle about why blood smells like iron / pennies / rust. Hemoglobin. Anyway, thank you all for joining me. As always, do not be led astray, my confidants, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Dang it. Okay, I almost did that transition pretty well. Not quite. Not quite. And as usual on the way out, I'd like to say a thank you to everybody who joined the membership today. Everybody who donated a membership, everybody who joined the membership, and everybody who gifted memberships and drew other people into the sheep pile, including Orchidee, Izamaru, Luthier, thank you so much for the gifted membership, Amber KK, Luthier, thank you so much for another gifted membership, literally second membership of the day and final membership at the end of the stream. Yanes, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Lanyang, Naum, Yehai, Naomi, Luthier, thank you for another gifted. Jar of mayonnaise in my bag. What a name. What an image. What a smell. Malay. Tofu. Maple, thank you so much for the gifted. Mominty28, thank you so much for joining the membership. MT, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Out of Character. Maruru. 621 Roji, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Lapis. Small Fox, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Fish. Karen Xie. Yuling. Sixth Magic. Ra, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Akuku. Kumo. Jinxia. Sharon. Yoshiko. Yume Serene. Amane Hibiki. Amane Hibiki. Oh, that's all hiragana. That was hard for me. Welcome back to the membership. Neru. Ciao Ciao. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership. Enan. Miyu, thank you so much for the 20 gifted membership. So many, thank you. Monix. Oh, Kami-samai. Shah. Lavina. And Margaret Jane Lim, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. And that is actually everyone. Did I say Sharon? Either way. Thank you all so much for joining the membership. I hope you enjoy your stay in the sheep pile. And I will be back tomorrow at the same time as today for Little Misfortune. And there's nobody to raid. What the heck? There was nobody streaming when I started. There's nobody streaming when I end. Nijisanji, did you just all go out to have fun without me today? Okay. That's cool. Final one, sir. Welcome back to the membership. It's lovely to have you. And with that, I will disappear without any raid again. Have a lovely evening, everybody. Do not be led astray, my confidants. And as always, I will catch you guys next time. You have fun with us? Oh, yeah, no, I definitely came out the winner on that. I'd rather be here than whatever they're doing. It's just I'm very surprised. That was a long time with nobody streaming. I hope they're okay. Have a good evening, everybody.
Goodbye.